seat you by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright, but I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. 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 You won't get away this You won't get away. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter. So let me catch you. So let me. Live
Hopefully everything's working, and hello, and welcome. My name is TJ.
I'm Bryce, not Steven.
You are Bryce. I forgot to hit update, and I am knocking things over. Man,
calculator on the
computers and me today are not getting along. I don't know what it is.
Not buddies today?
Not buddies today. I don't know what it is, but hello to everybody. It's fantastic to see you all. I'm doing some typing so that I can recover from my little bit of a slip up there with his name, but he is in fact
Bryce.
He's Bryce, and we're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, and we've got some awesome news tonight. We are doing the Joe Klabowski playmat giveaway, and I've got extra good news. One, he's playing Zombardment tonight, and two,
is he?
Oh, that deck list is finally online.
Oh, the new one?
Yeah.
The updated one?
The
All
updated
right.
Zombardment 2.1 is now on our Tapped Out account if one of the mods wants to toss that in there. And apparently, Tadeb, because saw you playing at the GPT. They
I
saw
lost both my on-camera matches, so, yeah. Go
I was
me.
50%. Okay, and do you want to see what we got for the first round?
Yes.
I think the first round is getting started. It's going to be 4 rounds tonight. I'm going to play with the timer a little bit.
I'm going to go see what we've got as far as a match.
Excelente. And the timer is getting ready. I'm going to switch that to say 1 of 4. And we're going to get all kinds of fun things going. And it's going to be a great time. Tadeb, he walked away, but I'll tell him, or he'll see it actually. He will very likely see it, but hopefully everyone is good tonight. I'm really excited. We did get to 600 people if you weren't there on Saturday. On Sunday, I'm sorry. If you weren't there on Sunday, we got to 600 on Sunday, which means that 1, we did open the sealed revised starter pack, and that will be online. 2, we are doing the playmat of the Joe Illustrated playmat giveaway tonight. At the end of the 3rd round, just before the 4th round.
Do you have a playmat?
Yeah, if you could grab that too, right there.
John borrowed a lot of stuff from me.
It's all good.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so, against the wall, we have Garrett on Esper Gifts.
Esper Gifts, very cool. We got to see him playing that last Saturday, and it was quite the treat.
Yep, and then on the other side is Anthony.
Anthony. Okay, and what is last name?
I don't know his last name.
Okay. Oh, Slowly Crashing is in the room, Dutch. And what have we got here?
What's your last name? M-A-L-L-E-T... Mallet. M-A-L-A-T-T-E.
Malatte. Got it.
A-T-T-E or E-T-T-E?
Okay, that's what I thought it was, and I heard Malette. All right, and what?
And he is on 4-color loam.
Oh my goodness, this matchup is gonna be sweet.
This is a Coleman gift to us.
The graveyards aren't gonna know what hit them. This is fantastic. So night tonight, the giveaway is that we will start a keyword thing, which will basically anybody who types in the keyword during the time frame that we give is suddenly eligible. At the end of it, it will announce one of the people who entered in that key phrase. So, let's go ahead and head on down to game 1 of round 1 of Wednesday here at
Geek Fortress.
Thank you for shortening that up. I got trapped in it. We'll see you down there. I got stuck in my Star Trek Shatner mode, and I was like, I don't know how to break out of this without
everything with emphasis.
Yeah, the emphasis was really important there, but I didn't have any emphasis in that. It was just
No, you were just breaking up every word.
yeah. But okay. So, 4-color loam versus Esper Gifts. Both decks somewhat reliant on the graveyard, but Garrett less so than Anthony. Who do you think takes the edge? Because I think Anthony has an incredible ability to grind in this matchup.
Anthony does have an incredible ability to grind. The only problem is Esper Gifts has the ability to just be so explosive with gifts into Unburial Rites and some creature to shut down the 4-color loam.
But the
strategy.
Raven's Crime Loam, I'm actually going to give Anthony the edge.
He's playing Get Rog Monster.
Is he really? Then he definitely gets the edge. But I was going to say, if he's able to get together a Raven's Crime lock, that's going to be really effective against this deck.
Absolutely. Any control deck is definitely hit hard by the Raven's Crime engine.
H-Dog, it's great to see you, and hopefully everyone's having a great night. I'm having a...
Woo-hoo.
Oh, I'm always living the dream. So, Anthony goes down to 19, going for a search. In a 4-color deck, he's probably going to want to go for the black-green one in this particular case, because his entire game plan is hinging on that at the moment.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting the Overgrown Tomb.
So it looks like the 4 colors are everything minus blue.
As it should be. Made the right choice there,
Which
Anthony.
Nephilim is that? That one is Dune Brood?
I
think it's Dune Brood.
I honestly didn't study the Nephilim very well.
Look it up. Look up Dune Brood.
Okay. I would love to.
Pretty sure I'm maybe wrong.
I think it's hyphenated, right?
I was right.
All right.
It's Dune Brood.
Let's bring it up. Ellen Jacob Hart, do we still starter decks? Yes. How much for like a black starter or zombie starter? They tend to be based on whatever the set is, but if you're ever interested, I could probably toss together something and for fairly cheap if you just wanted like an intro to a particular type of deck. Why doesn't Green Red Tron play Bonfire? Because they have better things to do for that mana.
Yep. They
and
have
also
much better mana sinks.
And they're ones that they can actually tutor for with Ancient Stirrings. And actually, the amount of mana rocks that they have makes the miracles not fantastic there.
Yep, absolutely.
Night to night. So, Garrett leading off with a Polluted Delta, with Anthony starting off with the Ravenscrime, and that's going to be an incredible piece in this one. So let's take a look at that card, because I think that is going to be his primary game plan against Garrett in this case.
Looks like Garrett going for a fetch here as well.
So, both players are going to be at 19, and we're going to take a look at this Ravenscrime. Now, it's just one black target player discards a card, but it also has an ability called Retrace, which means that if it is in your graveyard, you can discard a land while paying its mana cost to cast it from the graveyard, and it stays in the graveyard. So you can do this as much as you'd like. The really nice thing, it's a very powerful tool against these control decks, because it makes every draw live down the line, because when you draw the land, you can at least disable their hand.
Yep, exactly.
We have not done the playmat giveaway yet. I believe it's going to be at the end of the 3rd and the beginning of the 4th round, right in between the 2.
And 4, so stick around. Ha.
Round. That's actually pretty good. So,
planned it.
Garrett going with another fetch here, and he's actually going to be going down to 18. I'm a little bit curious, but possibly a Thing in the Ice. We saw him running something like that, and that's the only thing that I could really see him going proactive right now. The lack of going for a white source here seems to be conserving his life total, and I'm not sure if that would be my first instinct against a deck that is looking to grind out.
Yeah, in this kind of grindy matchup, you see your opponent play a Ravenscrime, you're probably fine on your life total.
Too cynical. Yes, very likely there's an Urborg in this deck. It's a pretty common thing. Also, let me get that timer started. Thank you very much. I'm going to guess that we're at like 47. Yes. Max, it is great to see you. Alright. So,
fetching, getting the a white source along with the green source there is Anthony, so making sure he's got his mana coming online.
So, Thing in the Ice, 4 counters, 4 spells are going to take it off, but it's still kind of a slow card, and against this one it might do a decent amount, but the lone deck not running a whole lot of creatures right now. Oh, that's perfect.
He's got to terminate.
Okay, so
Looks like that's going to fly right at that Thing in the Ice.
A Terminate going to take that one down, and probably going to drop down the Stomping Ground, and likely...
He played the Blood Crypt this
turn.
turn.
Oh, I'm sorry, you are correct. So next turn, go for the life from the loam and start casting this Ravenscrime?
Yeah, loam would be great.
Yeah. So only one of the... Dark Slaughter. Clearly you're rooting for Anthony in that case.
Blue.
You blew it. Get it? It's a color.
It is.
Garrett, I'm expecting the white source at this point. Especially, I mean, he kind of has to, actually. He's trapped because of this Windswept Teeth. So he doesn't have a whole lot of options. Possibly going to try and... Okay,
Basic Plains.
So doesn't really feel like he needs the double black, and that's not too surprising unless he's running something like Liliana of the Veil, which I would expect, but at the same time, when you're at a local store, sometimes there's a reason why he's not running it if he doesn't think he wants it, but there also is always the potential for budgetary concerns.
Budget concerns. Liliana is, I believe, currently the most expensive Planeswalker.
Liliana's quite good. I'm a fan. Yes, it is a stretch to run 4 colors. It gives you a lot of versatility, but through using Life in the Loam, generally you can fix your mana base decently. It makes you still really weak to some of those effects, and so like Burn is an abysmal matchup for you. But what it does give you is a really nice grinding game against things like these control decks. So it's definitely rough, though. It's not a particularly common thing.
Yeah, so Garrett did cast a Serum Visions on the last turn, and that was a Stellar Serum Visions. I believe he drew a Snapcaster Mage,
Okay.
and then bottom to 2 lands.
That's a pretty nice one. But the Lingering Souls from Anthony, also good. Anthony's doing such a good job of just valuing right now.
Yeah, he's noticed that his opponent is on blue, and in that case, you definitely want to make sure that you're getting most value out of all your cards when your opponent is either low on mana or tapped out. In this case, Garrett was low on mana. Anthony decided to, risk it for
The biscuit, so to speak.
Sure.
Garrett's got 3 cards in hand. Is that correct? No, he has to have more than
I
that.
think he has more than that.
Yeah, I think I only saw 3, but I think Anthony, he could go for the Loam right now, get back 3 of those, and go for just strip the 3
Here
cards
is
out of
Life
his
in the
hand.
Loam. He's only got 2 lands in the graveyard. He's going to be able to get both of those, cast Raven's Crime twice if he wants to, or play a land and then play a fetch land, fetch, cast Raven's Crime once.
And okay,
And go
I guess
from there.
either way, he's kind of in a position of casting it once.
So he's just going to flashback Lingering Souls here.
That seems a little ambitious to me. Not super. I mean, I don't think that there's a right or wrong choice at the moment, but I think that Lingering Souls in your graveyard is a really nice insurance policy for anything that Garrett might actually come up with.
Ooh, here's a Gifts, though.
I'm expecting probably the Elish Norn just to wipe that field, because right now Anthony has no out to it.
He's gotten the Unburial Rights.
Seahawk, what are you talking about here? I'm actually curious about what you knew I was going to say. But I'm glad.
His 2 cards are Elesh Norn and Unburial Rights.
And that is
Would you like to choose 2 cards to put into my graveyard, sir?
I'd rather not.
Can those just go to your hand instead?
Yeah, I'd really rather not. But the
I'd rather you
Ravens
draw
Crown
2
wasn't going to
cards.
say at this point too. So I think Garrett, you were talking about the explosiveness of the Gifts deck and how, at the end of the 4th turn, it can basically say, "Cool, I win now."
Yep.
I think that's kind of what we're seeing.
I think his hand is Snapcaster Mage, Disfigure,
But take a
and
look at
another
that.
Gifts.
Take a look at that Maelstrom Pulse in Anthony's hand.
Ooh.
So,
Okay. So we've still got a game here.
uh-huh.
Still got a game here.
The risk it for the biscuit. Nice. But Anthony, I think actually Garrett drew another Gifts, to my knowledge. I think that this last draw was a Gifts ungiven.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that Anthony is losing a little bit there. The only problem is how many Unburial Rights is he actually running the main board? Because it's not normally. It's usually
typically it's just one because you want it just as one of the Gifts things to go get.
Mhm.
It is possible, of course, that he plays more than that because he's trying to be a Gifts Unburial Rights deck, which is definitely a possibility. I know in some cases the Esper Gifts deck can play up to 2. But, that's just something that is up to him as far as building his deck. So.
Yeah, and I honestly wouldn't expect there to be more than the one because it's generally considered, it kind of pulls away from the game plan, but it acts as a free win.
Terminate Maelstrom Pulse, Path to Exile.
That seems decent.
I will Path to Exile your Elesh Norn.
That seems decent, but I think this is kind of the point in the game where if Anthony had already discarded Garrett of 3 cards, and if he had removed that amount, then Anthony would be in a position where right now he could flashback this Lingering Souls and start getting back on the side of being applying pressure to Garrett.
I don't know why he decided to play his land there instead of Raven's Crime either.
Yeah, and I think,
Especially with Loam still in his graveyard.
and with having so much removal, I'm kind of expecting Anthony to start going for the Dredge because he's covered for what Garrett does.
Yep.
He can be very
He's
reactive
got
to what that is.
Plenty of removal spells for any creatures.
Wait to strip away that hand entirely, and then he's in a position where he can actually decide to draw when he needs
Okay,
to.
it looks like it wasn't a gift that was in Garrett's hand. It looks like it's a second copy of Thing in the Ice.
Okay. Now, if Garrett does get up to 6th land, though, he does always have the potential for the Snapcaster Gifts. But he's at least 1 land away from that currently.
And
And
here comes a Terminate.
no time being wasted here at the moment. Namachili, and that is an excellent point. Anthony, often a red-green shaman player, it could just be learning some of those things, because I can tell you that it's not until you kind of get the opportunity to do it that you realize just how good Raven's Crime is in this situation.
Absolutely. Raven's Crime against any blue deck is just very, very powerful.
So it's definitely something that I think what we might be seeing is Anthony kind of get familiar with the deck at the moment, and that's really reasonable. So thank you, Namachili, for that information.
Worley, I don't know if he's running the Thopter Sword combo. I don't believe he is. I haven't seen it from him in any of the games that I've watched. But he could be.
I'm not particularly expecting it, but it also depends on who you're talking about, because Garrett theoretically would probably be able to, just through the nature of being the blue deck, could probably run it better than Anthony, especially with the gifts package. You get that really nice one.
So that's a good dredge. We're gonna put 3 lands in my graveyard for my Life from the Loam.
That's a very good dredge. Can I bring up Raven's Crime? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay. So Anthony, several lands now, probably going to be casting this one, and
I would bet that this turn he's going to start Raven's Crime. He's got 4 black sources,
and I like that he can
be able to discard 3 cards, make his opponent discard 3 cards. He's got 4 cards in hand. He'll be down to 1. That means next turn with a Loam, he is just online.
Yeah, and to answer edible foods, yes, you can actually, because it's only when it's in the graveyard. It doesn't matter if it originally resolved or not. So stripping away.
So it looks like Garrett just has Snapcaster Mage in his hand now.
All right.
So if he draws a land this turn,
and I don't think he
did. I believe that's a Day of Judgment.
That is a Day of Judgment, and I think what we're about to see is Anthony start to take this advantage back.
This is going to be where Anthony takes over the game. Loam plus Raven's Crime is going to be able to take that over.
And possibly Serum Visions.
He is going to flashback Serum Visions here. It's a good play.
That's not a bad call, because when you
cast that so long ago, I forgot it was there.
Yeah, and when you're in the lock, being able to set up those turns that he can't interact with that. Definitely not a bad idea. We do have another Serum Visions.
I think it's a pair of Serum Visions on top of the deck.
Life is Bowling, what we saw was him using that Raven's Crime. So he was discarding a land from his hand and casting the gifts on the Raven's Crime. I'm sorry. But the Raven's Crime from the graveyard.
Alright, so here's another Gitrog monster in the graveyard.
That's an unfortunate place for us to actually get to see it, but nonetheless, I'm impressed.
Alright,
the Gitrog monster
he's going to be able to get back Hissing Quagmire as well as 2 other lands. Make Garrett discard his last land and put Hissing Quagmire into play, so he's going to have a threat on board now as well.
So, Anthony, I'm expecting him to do that. It will also allow him to get a little bit of pressure on, and Garrett with just theoretically the Day of Judgment now, he's not going to have that for long. But it gets around a decent amount of Garrett's removal. The Get Good monster.
Get good.
Oh, man. Get rocked. So, we have got the Life from the Loam, and I do think that Hissing Quagmire is likely going to be a priority. Also, a quick note. My grandpa's listening right now.
That's awesome.
I know.
Hi, TJ's grandpa.
Hi, TJ's grandpa. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm excited. I hope you're enjoying the show. I just found out. Apparently, you've been listening for a bit. So if you're still there, hi. Everybody say hi to my grandpa. It'll show up in the comments.
right up there.
Right up there. It'll be right up there.
Still not my Twitter handle, TJ. Come on, what are you doing?
Dang it.
I didn't notice. It's okay.
Okay.
So yeah, it looks like he did go get Hissing Quagmire so that he's able to get some pressure on board.
Now, as for what his win condition is at the moment, likely his win condition is going to be doing... there's a lot of options. Usually, they're all very slow. I've seen things like... the gift...
Okay, so there's a gift. That's pretty good.
But I actually haven't seen what his current one is. It could be that he's running something along the lines of a Seismic Assault in there. It doesn't seem very likely because of the triple red. Could be running a Molten Vortex. Something like that. Bolt Rogers? That sounds awesome.
Grandpa Bolt Rogers. Apparently his nickname.
I'm loving it. I'll have to let him know if he's not still here.
Still not mine. Come on, TJ.
Is that why it didn't automatically show up? I don't know what I was even thinking there.
Hey, there we go. That's me.
Yeah. It is possible that it's a Worm Harvest. That has been a popular one in the past. Could be going for a Reanimator package because he is in the right colors for it, and he does have the capability to go for that. I have seen some absurd ones where you do something like the, what's the giant... I've seen some absurd ones. I don't think that this is in that one because it really pulls away from a lot of. Life is Bullying?
Ooh,
Yes,
here's
that
a
is correct.
pass tags out for the Snapcaster Mage.
But right now, you know what Anthony's win condition is?
Hissing Quagmire.
The Hissing Quagmire.
Get in there. Get in there, little buddy.
Doro, I'm kind of loving this theory, and I will be spreading it throughout my family tree. So, a swing for 2. Garrett, he's going to be pretty much empty-handed. I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't, going for the path, maybe why, but the Hissing Quagmire is a 2-3, isn't it?
It's a 2-2.
It's a 2-2.
Yeah, it's a 2-2 with that
okay.
touch. Alright, here's another Gifson given from Garrett, though.
Not a bad one to get in that
Let's
position.
see, does he go for value gifts where he gets L4, or does he go for another Unburial Rights and something else? That'll tell us whether or not he's got the second Unburial Rights.
Absolutely. And Nacho Cheese, welcome. It's good to have you. As for where the affinity is, I mean, I do have it right here. Any death and taxes? Michael might be playing it.
Michael might.
I think he is. We talked about him
I'm going
playing
to glance out there because he's sitting right there.
Oh, is he? Okay. Bombtron, you can call me Bolt Rogers if you want. I mean,
I can't tell.
I mean, I started like Red Baron because that was given to me by a friend, but Bolt Rogers may be pretty appropriate too.
It's fair.
I don't know. Though it seems like a lot of work to completely change over a Twitter handle if that moves over. So
It's a lot of work.
we'll see.
Basically, you just have to make a new one.
But then it's like trying to...
Then you have to get everybody to go follow that one.
Exactly.
It's just a lot of work.
So we've got Esper Charm, Snapcaster, Sphinx's Revelation, and Cryptic Command.
So if he gets a Snapcaster Mage, he's got access to any of these spells. So that one definitely has to go to the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
And then it comes down to, do you want your opponent to have a Cryptic Command? Do you want them to have a
I would
Sphinx's
likely
Revelation?
give
I think
him-
Esper Charm is probably fine to give him. Yes, it draws 2 cards, which is a good way to card advantage. You don't split them. Really, he decided to give him Snapcaster Mage. That is interesting to me.
I would have expected Cryptic Command and Esper Charm personally.
Yeah, Cryptic Command, Esper Charm seems like
Bouncing a
the
permanent
best
doesn't seem
one.
huge. Counter spells are not good against Raven's Crime because you're getting the discard. Is it the gift list on tapped out? I don't believe so. Not to my knowledge. Life is Bowling. I will keep that in mind. K-Markey, I'm not a big fan of Graveyard Hate and Burn, but that's a really good one if it is. The other option for if you're going for Graveyard Hate is Tormod's Crypt doesn't actually cost you any mana, so you're able to continue being proactive, even though the card is worse. So I personally, if I'm running it, I'd probably go for Tormod's Crypt just because of the lack of mana. There's a really good argument to be made for Relic of Progenitus, though.
Yep. I also do like Grafdigger's Cage.
Grafdigger's Cage is
Especially
the
right now with Company as big as it is and Kiki Cord as well.
Mm-hmm.
You definitely want something. Ooh, this
Discard
is a
2?
draw step, discard 2. Ouch.
Which actually doesn't feel...
That hits both cards in his hand.
including
That's
the
really
Life
good
from the
right
Loam that he just dredged.
now. Yeah.
Which
It's
is...
still pretty good. That means he doesn't get to cast Life from the Loam this turn.
Mm-hmm. So, knocks out the Dread... And Anthony, he basically just gets to the swing for 2, and we know that Garrett has just got the... Doesn't have the Cryptic... Or he has the Snapcaster.
Yeah, he has Snapcaster and some other card. So...
By the way, the neat guy would be Doro. Doro recently did a ton of work on our...
It looks so good right now.
It looks so
Seriously,
good right now.
I went and checked it out yesterday. It looks really, really good.
I should have gotten the mods involved with that so long ago. So, a Disfigure taken down...
The Hissing
That
Quagmire.
nice job of not giving Anthony another land to work with, and Anthony having the 2 spirits now, and this is kind of that nice thing of having that flashback to the Lingering Souls, to where not going for it earlier on and keeping Garrett's hand slim.
Well, this one was one that got
yeah,
dredged by Loam this turn.
but I like that he was at least considering, and basically, when you have no other play, this is exactly when you're looking to do it.
Exactly.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, and good, my Gribble is still in there. Yay! And also, there's a bunch of other of my family in there. I didn't mean to make you guys sound less important, but you guys are also important. I'm going to see a bunch of my family tomorrow.
Slightly important.
Definitely important.
Of course important.
I'll click my tongue and snap my finger at the camera.
Right, here's
So you know it's genuine.
Loam. Dredge. Looks like another copy of Lingering Souls got sent out back there.
See, I would have loved to see a Snapcaster Esper Charm in that particular case. Instead of going for the Snapcaster Disfigure, go Snapcaster Esper Charm,
you again.
just shut down the game
Stop
time
it.
again.
Stop it.
And then you've got the Snapcaster actually just block the Hissing Quagmire.
Yep.
So I actually may have liked that play more, actually. come to think of
Plus,
it.
you're calling it a riot. You know? I mean, I don't know if he's got it.
Okay. That storyteller, you spelt my name wrong. Just a note. Okay, so the second Lingering Soul is coming out. Anthony's got a pretty nice board presence at this point.
Yep.
And the interesting thing is that by going for the Disfigure over the Path, while it made sense at the time, I'm actually not sure that I do disagree with it in retrospect.
Yep. Here's another casting of Raven's Crime, though.
Because having it go back to the graveyard means that you basically delayed him for a turn. Well, 2 turns, realistically.
Path a spirit token.
Hey, if you're not going to get to use it, it's turning it
Saving
from...
you a point of damage this turn.
I mean, it gives you 5 turns instead of 4. Mm-hmm. And that's pretty impactful, honestly. That storyteller, I don't mind at all, actually. Just thought I'd mention it because I felt like it. Man. Okay, so I am pretty excited, though. We get to do our giveaway today. I'm going to keep reminding people because it looks like some people are joining us. We are doing the playmat giveaway from Joe today. He will be drawing it over the course of the next little bit, and then we will be sending it to the recipient. I'm pretty excited about what he comes up with.
I think it'll be interesting.
I think it will be interesting and that you may be exactly right. Now, an Inquisition of Kozilek revealing what appeared to be a basic
What
mountain.
was a basic mountain, which Garrett would have known was there, but he's going to lose it to Raven's Crime anyway, so might as well cast it.
Yep. And a basic mountain, always the best mountain. How was the Tybalt? I haven't... It's funny that you're edible foods and you were asking, actually. But I have not had the chance to eat it yet because of my traveling to California tomorrow. I had to delay some of the other plans. But it's on my to-do list. I will be doing it. How is the recipient chosen? We will be doing a giveaway in which... Ooh, I'm going to have to go and buy one of those fabric Sharpies. I've recently discovered that they have those. Fun fact. That way they can have one that's really going to stick in there. And looks like Garrett going for the concession.
Back it up here, yep.
And I think that part of that might be just the time consideration. Mm-hmm. Because when you're looking at it, we've went through half of our time, theoretically, in a game 1 that was not done yet.
Yeah, it was getting to the point where it was grindy, and if Garrett was going to pull it out, it was going to take a long time to do that. Mm-hmm. And he's just decided that he wants to go to game 2 here. Hopefully, he can get himself a quick, explosive gift start and kind of just shut Anthony down right there.
I don't think that the round timer skips a second every now and then, but I haven't honestly paid attention, Proto. But I'll have to keep my eye on it.
It may, pause on a number and then skip to the one afterwards for a second.
That is possible. Okay. So, is the playmat still 6 words? Yes. And I think actually, basically, I'm going to actually bring Joe in during that moment so he can actually see who it is.
What it is.
Exactly. And I think I might, next time that you're out there, let him know that he needs to think of what they're going to have to enter, but that it should be short and easy to type.
Okay. You're letting Joe make this decision?
He should, I guess I'll have him tell me it first so that I can yay or nay it.
Alright.
The foil of Johnny, we are looking at 4-color Loam versus Esper Gifts. 4-color Loam, very grindy graveyard-based control deck that, it has a little bit of trouble against the graveyard hate. I'll be curious if Garrett actually has things like the Rest in Peace, which he does have great access to.
Having Rest in Peace is probably a bad choice in a gifts deck.
Exactly. And I'm curious as to what kind of graveyard hate he's going to give himself. Possibly something along the line of, correct me if I'm wrong, but is Nihil Spellbomb, I believe, is just target player's graveyard.
Yep. Nihil Spellbomb is Tormod's Crypt that you have to pay a mana for, but you can also pay a black mana when you activate it to cantrip, draw a card.
Huh. Okay. As for the timer, I could not tell you for certain, but I do know that this is not their official timer, though I think I did just see it
from 43 to...
Maybe it's running behind on that, but actually that's a weird point. Now I'm going to see if the one that we have is skipping as well. Let me know when you see the next one. I'll let you know if I see it skip. So now we're going to be able to see if it's just somehow during the transmission from this to that, it ends up missing something. But now, of course, it's not going to do it again when we're waiting.
Why wouldn't?
Of
Why would it?
I don't know. We're
Watch
on to
pot
it.
never boils, TJ.
That's why I don't... Actually, I make a lot of spaghetti. I love spaghetti. I like pasta.
Pasta's great.
Which is why I'm going to eat a Tybalt with it. Okay.
Sprinkle it upon your fettuccine Alfredo.
Okay, so it might just be that it's somehow a delayed transfer from the other thing. But... Westlawn, it is great to see you. AK Cracker, thanks for joining. I do enjoy me some Affinity. Unfortunately, not on camera at the moment, but it's awesome having you here.
But it could be. There it is!
I mean, look, it's a vague red deck box, but Affinity's in it. It actually is, I promise. Darkslick Shores going for Serum Visions turn 1 for Garrett. I'll be curious to see, and actually that looks like 2 lands, but he might be keeping one on top.
putting the other to the bottom.
So that I'm thinking maybe he has 2, maybe 1 in hand. And I think I see 2 in there, so may just be trying to get up to the 4th land.
4th mana for gifts.
Mm-hmm. And if he's got a hand that actually has some interaction already going, because I see another Serum Vision, so worst case scenario. And it looks like Anthony just going for a tapped land and passing it back.
Yeah, so I think it's skipping on here, but not in our thing. I don't know why.
I think you are correct. Well, let's blame the Gitrog monster. Also, Easy, it is great to see you. Okay.
That's probably correct now, Charlie.
Kodiak, actually, deck lists are starting to get updated slowly, so that one is happening.
Yep. Go check out the Tapped Out page.
The Tapped Out, Doro did a bunch of work
now.
on it. Doro did a lot of good work on it. So Garrett drops down a Plains, fixing up his mana base, and I mean, he has the access to maybe a Path and a Serum Visions. Might be keeping it up for something like but a counterspell is not super effective against Loam. So I'm kind of curious to see if he kept in many of them, except the fact that he may not have had enough to bring in. But I think I just see a Serum Visions and possibly some of the bigger spells. So,
yeah, looks like he is going to go for Serum Visions here. Engineered Explosives, interesting. Got beaten down by some Spirit Tokens and wants a clean, efficient answer to that.
That is pretty interesting. What is the card called to fetch for mana? Depends on which one that you mean, to be honest. There's a lot of those, but there's the general fetch lands in which there's 10 of them. So, more information is required, and then I can answer that better. And we've got a Flame Jab. Tell me this is the primary win condition. Oh, tell me. That is going to be amazing, and that is going to be exciting.
Flame Jab, wow.
I love Flame Jab. I'll be honest with you. Back when I would just troll people with my burn deck, I used to run one of these in it, so that my top decked lands weren't super awful.
Yep. So I mean, interesting fact about Flame Jab. If you look at it, there's also a swamp in the same set that Archeep posted the art from, which is this minus all the flames.
Is it really?
Yep.
That is pretty cool. So, a Lily Under the Veil, again, an extremely powerful
How did he cast that? Oh, there's an Urborg.
Except you know it's
right
about to
under
happen?
right under Garrett's.
Yep, Elish Norn hitting the graveyard from Garrett.
Okay.
And
I'll discard.
a Dark Blast. So Anthony is ready to hit small creatures, but if Garrett has an Umbreon Rights is just going to shut this out for Garrett, because he can just bring that back and avoid most of Anthony's win condition, or at least provide enough of a clock that the Flame Blast is not going to do it. Okay.
Lovely. There's an all-hail Gitrog.
And puts
Here's
on...
an Engineered Explosives for 3. That's it's a good answer to Liliana.
Just takes down the Liliana, and it's a fantastically good card against Garrett. Being the player that's actually controlling it matters. All things considered. Because if Garrett had a Liliana, I'm sure he'd be okay with it, but...
Alright, Anthony decides to dredge back his Dark Blast here.
It seems like an interesting choice, and I think he might just be trying to fill up the graveyard.
Yep,
because I don't see a whole lot of reason for using
discard
it.
fodder with a Lily.
Mm-hmm. So... And actually, he would have drawn an Urborg anyways, which...
Oh, okay, Edible Food, you're asking about just fetch lands in general? Fetch lands are actually a great way to fix your mana, and they also have minimal deck thinning capabilities, which means if you're taking a land out of your deck, there's a slightly smaller chance that you won't draw a land.
The big reason to run it is because each one of those, because of the dual lands, they have 2 land types on them. Mm-hmm. So all those shock lands are a forest swamp, or a mountain island, something to that effect. And what it means is that instead of running one land that taps for 2 colors, you can now run one land that can actually tap for all 5, theoretically.
Yep.
Because you can search up and find any color. Because if it's something that will grab you either an island or a swamp, there is at least every color has one of those lands associated with either an island or a swamp. So it can really do a lot to fix up your mana base.
Yep. And so, Westland, the card that was being dredged back was Dark Blast. Yep. Thank you, Slowly Crashing.
Yes. Okay, so we do have 2 spirit tokens out for Anthony after getting that one, and he has the Hissing Quagmire, so he can at least, he's starting to slowly assemble one of these slow, grindy win conditions. He's got, actually, Lingering Souls in hand, but no way to cast it currently. He is shy of the white mana, but he does have a Bloodstained Mire, so he has the capability of fixing it, and apparently just hasn't deemed it a priority yet. And I think that's just because right now he's doing okay with applying pressure as it currently sits.
Absolutely. I believe Garrett's hand is Sphinx's Revelation, Supreme Verdict, and then one other card.
Okay.
Two cards now.
Sphinx's Revelation, definitely not bad. One of the reasons why we might have
Path to
Anthony...
Exile and a land now, so Path.
Okay.
That's the third card.
So one of the reasons Anthony might have been dredging as well is to try and get the Ravenscrim in there. Because at the end, I think he did really kind of realize what a tool that he had there.
That is a Supreme Verdict trading for 1/2 of a...
Technically the
Lingering
full card.
Souls. Technically the full card because it was a flashback.
So, the interesting thing is that it just seems like a really aggressive Supreme Verdict. And the Ravenscrim is actually in hand. And that is going to be incredible.
And hit your last card, which is the Sphinx's Rev. Ouch. That one hurts.
And I think tapping out for that one, because even having a draw for 2 off of that might have been somewhat beneficial, and I think that would have been worth the 2 life, because you would have ended up equalizing and filling your hand with another 2 cards. And so I may have prioritized that one a little bit more, but, on the one hand, Anthony's not running many creatures, and he might have been the mentality of, you just answer him when you can, because he doesn't have the other Lingering Souls, and it buys you a lot of time down the line.
Yeah.
And, if Anthony wasn't using the Ravenscrim before, what are the odds that he gets it in hand? Decent, as it turns out.
So here's Snapcaster Mage. Looks like he's going to go for Serum Vision.
Yeah, and I like that card a lot in this particular matchup, just because with Anthony's ability to control Garrett's hand, having some control over the top of your library ends up being pretty nice. Okay.
So I think he drew either a Gifts or another Serum Visions. Serum Visions it is.
Okay. And he did keep both cards on top, so he at least likes one of them, and I think that was a Snapcaster, actually, which is a really fan, and I think that's a second Snapcaster on top. So...
Is that Snap and Esper Charm?
And I think...
it was some other gold type card. Put it right to the bottom.
My goodness. So that's quite the chain of Serum Visions, if that was what I think it was, but I think he's got another Serum Visions in hand right now. Or, I'm sorry, a Snapcaster. So Anthony now just shy of the other dredge cards, and we might see him...
I'm going Flame Jab that.
I was actually expecting Anthony to go for the Dark Blast.
Yeah.
In that case, because it gives him the opportunity to dredge and start really digging into that Life from the Loam, which is going to tear Garrett's hand apart fully. Because he was able to get a nice advantage against Garrett taking apart that hand, but he still needs to continue that, because Garrett has got a lot more draw power than Anthony does if neither player is using the graveyard.
Yep. Absolutely.
But once Anthony starts being able to utilize that graveyard, he's got a pretty natural advantage, because he gets essentially, every time you dredge, draw 3 cards that he has the capability of using.
So here's Snapcaster Mage. Gonna flashback another Serum Visions.
That is a lot of Serum Visions. And we get a Path to Exile. Able to answer the Hissing Quagmire, actually, which we haven't seen Anthony getting aggressive with yet, and I think that's because he has the intention of using this Dark Blast.
And looks like the top 2 cards for Garrett are going to be Esper Charm, followed by Serum Visions. Evening, G Lavamancer. Good to see you, sir.
Lavamancer, it's always good to see you. We're doing a giveaway today. Woo! It's pretty exciting. Anthony does also have the Ghost Quarter currently.
Yeah, he could be Ghost Quarter.
And especially once he gets the Life from the Loam engine, that becomes a huge
he
tool.
can Ghost Quarter himself, like hit his basic mountain and go get planes.
And I do not see it. I do see a Faithless Looting, which he's likely going to utilize, and that could be a really nice tool.
Looting is great here, because that means he gets to discard his Lingering Souls and cast it if he wants to.
Mm-hmm. We are giving away... We got to 600 viewers on Sunday, so the playmat drawn by Joe, the one that he is going to sketch based on 6 words of the recipient, we're announcing that giveaway today. Okay.
Thank you, dude.
Well, you know,
It's gonna just like linger in here.
it is going to linger. It's
Very
gonna
neat
be
of
it's gonna feel
It's
soulless.
gonna be just like these souls.
I got it first. Oh man, nailed it. So we have the two spirits at the moment, but Anthony down to 18 as it currently sits, and assigned Tybalt.
Sign Tybalt.
You meet me at GPLA with a Tybalt, and I'll definitely devalue your property.
There you go.
Ooh, actually, Joe could probably draw a signed Tybalt on it.
There you go.
He honestly probably could.
Signed with saliva.
So we get another Dark Blast. Still not a lot of fantastic tools for Anthony. He's really digging for that
So
loam.
here's the Esper Charm again in the discard 2 mode.
And actually, that's not so bad in this particular case because he doesn't need the Dark Blast. So I think that Garrett could have saved that a little bit to try and take down something, or even gone for drawing himself a card because Anthony has no way to really control his hand as it currently sits.
Yep.
So especially knowing what was in Anthony's hand based on it being the Dark Blast and not a random draw, I think Garrett could have been a little bit more patient.
Half
in
to exiling another spirit token.
just trying to preserve his life total. I expect, because as this goes later, he does have the Elishnar in the graveyard, and if he's able to get into a Gifts Ungiven, I think Garrett feels confident that he can win at that point. So I think he's just waiting until he gets that in the hand. Okay. Whether or not it's the right play, but I think that's his mentality.
Yep, definitely. He's just trying to preserve his life total a little.
Okay. So...
Giggity, giggity. Giggity goo.
A basic forest in for Anthony is getting a pretty solid amount of his mana base. And while there's an Urborg out, he has a lot of tools available to him.
As far as when the giveaway is going on, G-Lava Mancer later on. Later on.
It's precisely later.
Precisely in the future. Ah, I can see it out there.
This guy's from Theros. He thinks that he can see the future.
But
So
I am from Theros.
Garrett sitting on, I think, another Serum Visions off of that. I think he drew one. And there's the Gifts Ungiven.
Okay, so being able to gifts is going to be pretty powerful for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because being able to just go get...
Actually, Night to Night, that's a pretty good one. I'm curious to see what kind of 6 words whoever wins is going to come up with. Because Joe does some really great sketches, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've seen him actually make Woodland Bellower tokens by hand. I've seen him do a lot of other cool things. A Path to Exile taking down this Hissing Quagmire, so Garrett's still dealing with the clock of a Lingering Soul.
Single spirit.
Just
Still
one.
lingering.
And really living up to its name right now.
It's just like, I'm going to poke you to death.
No one ever...
Someday.
2 of them never even made it there. One of them went on
The
some
old
kind of
Cryptic
journey.
Plus 2 boo sources.
Ooh, yes. Cheapest modern deck to buy into modern on MTGO. I honestly don't know much about MTGO as it currently sits. But apparently it's taking
Probably-
turns. Actually, I believe that.
Yeah, that's very likely.
So Westlawn, So how Gifts Ungiven is a good card. Let's go ahead and bring up Gifts Ungiven, and we'll talk a little bit about that.
Ooh, he was able to dredge into a loan there. And then Dark Blast.
missed it. I missed it.
Gift is ungiven.
Right. So, Gifts Ungiven. I don't even know why I hit that. But, Gifts Ungiven, what it does is it allows you to pick up to 4 cards. Now, there have been so many functional reprints in Modern, to where sometimes when you need a card, say you need a board wipe. At the end of turn, you grab a Day of Judgment, Supreme Verdict, Wrath of God, and a Snapcaster Mage. You are now going to be casting a Wrath.
You will have a Wrath.
You
In
will
some
get
way.
one
You
of
will
those.
have 2 Wraths.
Exactly. If you need a removal spell, you go for, let's say, Path to Exile, Slaughter Pact, Murderous Cut, and go for the Throat. I mean, whatever it is that what you want to tune for your local meta, you can go for that.
Meta. The local meta.
The local meta.
Alright.
Also,
Go
what
ahead.
you can do is it says, now the card itself, it's up to 4, which means that if you only pick 2 cards, they have to pick both of them to go to your graveyard. Turns out that Unburial Rites and a giant creature get the job done pretty decently.
Pretty good.
Because Gifts Ungiven, or Unburial Rites has flashback, both go to the graveyard, so you then just cast that, bring back the other large creature, and you now get to take a free win in addition to having an extremely consistent tutor. That's why. Hopefully that helped out. But it's definitely a card that doesn't see as much play as it could because it's difficult and it's slow. But it's also very effective.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, there are lots of gifts packages, lots of things you can do with it. It's a very flexible spell. Being instant speed is huge because you can just end of turn, do it. It's just a very, very good card. I think probably it's one of the most underplayed cards in Modern for how powerful it is.
Possibly, and I think it's the kind of card that is only good at a certain time. And what we see is an Iona,
Unburial Rites,
Lingering Souls, and a
Lingering
Cryptic
Souls
Command.
Cryptic?
That's an interesting choice because he's going to be able to cast that Unburial Rites no matter what, and he gets to pick between the other two things. The other two creatures are now just in there as a resource for if you happen to have. And I
So
really
Iona
like.
and Cryptic to the graveyard. Interesting.
I'm really thrown because I really think
He's
Unburial
got
Rites should
two
have
more
gotten there.
lands.
Because now we can see him actually cast and flash back Unburial Rites, get back an Elesh Norn and an Iona. That's really good. I would have actually put the Iona into the hand. Probably the Gifts Ungiven into the graveyard. Likely the other one was the Lingering Souls and the Cryptic Command.
Just
So I would have
Cryptic,
put the Cryptic
yeah.
Command to the hand and the Lingering Souls to the graveyard. So I probably would have done the two flashbacks.
So, I mean,
spells to
all of the
graveyard.
cards went to the graveyard anyway, but Garrett's perfectly fine with that. He can easily flash back, get back either an Iona or a Leshnorn. Either one right now is great.
Mm-hmm.
So,
By the way, what gets drawn on the playmat, Joe is going to take 6 words from whoever is the recipient. That is going to guide him drawing essentially whatever he wants for that person based on the 6 words that they give him.
so it's like we're 16 to 13.
That is pretty much what gets on the playmat. So you get to give him 6 words, and he will turn that into a picture of some sort. And Joe's a pretty creative guy.
Here's a Leshnorn coming in for 4.
Now, how do you feel about him going for this one over the Iona?
I think the Iona's faster clock, but I think he wants to make sure Lingering Souls is not an issue at all.
Okay.
So,
Because
Lingering Souls can slow Iona down for several turns.
I likely would have gone for the Iona, actually.
Iona named White.
I name white or black, depending on his read from the opponent, because basically you have to worry about Terminate or Path. That's kind of the main things. May pick white just because you're also worried about the Lingering Souls. But you're not really, because if it survives, then you just bring back the Elesh Norn, and you have a very, very good clock, which is exactly 2 turns, because of the buff from Elesh Norn on the Iona. So I think the Iona may have been the better push there. They're both going to end this game, which they just did.
Yep, looks like Leshnorn able to take that one down. We're going to a game 3. With the speed that these games have been going, I don't know if we're going to finish.
We've got about 7 minutes left. That is going to be a pretty tricky one. Can you give him 6 words, then ask for a layout? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Like, you just want to give him 6 words and then be like, and I want these in this place.
Oh, yeah, you can probably make requests.
You know how good we are at 6 words, where we give 6 words, and then we explain it anyway? It's kind of what you can do.
Yeah. So, realistically, it's going to be based around the 6 words. If there's something specific that you want, we'll do what we can. We're okay with you requesting other people from even the store. We can ask other people from the store. So if there's someone else that you want to put anything on there, Westlawn.
That's
Unfortunately, it's going to be random, and I can't pick based on which
but
6
he
words I
would pick
prefer.
you.
I can't pick based on which 6 words I prefer. But anything with Tybalt and myself, that sounds pretty saucy. I feel like, you know what's funny is that Tybalt is so cool, but I would never want to meet him. Ever.
He's a terrible person.
Like, man. 6 words. Why isn't there more Bon Jovi on this stream? We don't want to mess with copyright. I was actually weirdly prepared for that. I've answered other questions to that effect.
You're just like, and done.
Don't want to mess with it. We put these up on YouTube. I don't want Twitch replays, that side of things. But I will say that I'm going to avoid it entirely.
Turn 1 and 2 and turn 2 reanimate. You know what Joe is going to do if you do that, though? He's going to put, like, the
Nefarious
weirdest
Lich?
creature... Exactly. He's going to put, like, the weirdest thing you could possibly reanimate on a battlefield.
There is no copyright, only love songs. Oh, that was 7 words. Oh, man. Can't copyright love. That's funny. Yet. See, you guys are... I'm actually really excited for the 6 words that someone comes up with. Because all these 6 words that I've seen suggested, every single one of them, immediately something pops into my mind that's awesome.
Yeah.
So I'm really enjoying this.
It's going to be great. All right, it looks like he does have a worm harvest in his hand.
Yeah.
All right, so...
The problem is that I'm a
Let's get
terrible
game 3
artist.
going.
Which is why I never got on... Like, I never suggested my abilities because I'm not a good artist. It's just one of my problems.
Shall always kill the bird.
Okay.
I agree. Get that Birds of Paradise off your playmat.
So, another Serum Visions by Garrett. Worked decently well last time if you take, the turn 1 play to be a reflection of the entire game. So, it's off to a good start.
Anytime you get to cast Serum Visions on turn 1, it's a good day.
Oh, man. Local man buys generic hot sauce.
Thoughtseize.
Fantastic tool here. Now, I do think we have a Spell Snare, another Serum Visions, and an Esper Charm.
Esper Charm and
I'm
4 lands.
Oh, goes for the
Goodbye,
Esper Charm.
Esper Charm.
I really would have expected the Serum Visions, actually. Personally,
People underrate Serum Visions.
You mean like you?
I don't underrate it.
That's true. Actually, I think that
I
the
was
card is good
playing
too.
it this weekend.
I do think that the card is good.
And
I know everyone
Had it
disagrees.
the whole time. Drew gifts off the top.
Mm-hmm. I know everyone disagrees, but
Serum Visions is a sweet card.
it's good within its context. I agree that it's a worse Ponder, Preordain, and Brainstorm, but
Oh
hey.
well, those cards are insane.
Exactly.
2 of the 3 of them are restricted in Vintage.
Yeah. But you know it isn't restricted in Vintage? Bolt. Because it's perfectly
You're
fair.
correct. Well, it's not very good in Vintage.
Oh, I know. But if we ever do a Vintage tournament, you can bet that I'm building Burn. I'm a believer.
Black Lotus, crack it, triple bolt.
No, that taps for colors other than red. So we have, looks like a Ghost Quarter on his own land. He's digging for a color. Anthony, Ghost Courting his own land to get a basic, going to then cast a spell off of that one. He is digging deep right now, and if it's going to be...
This could be a loan.
If it's a loam, that's a fantastic play, because he's got the black mana. It's going to fix that one up. Pretty nice there.
Garrett's got a spell snare, so
That's going to be... I mean...
there are better targets for that than Life and Loam.
Probably. Night to night, you're absolutely right. Also, that rhymed.
It did.
And
That is
something vengeance?
That is Burning Vengeance.
No.
Is that really Burning Vengeance?
No.
Oh my gosh. There's a Burning Vengeance in play, guys.
Hold on. Do you want to open the door and ask if that's what we think it is?
Is that card what we think it is? It's a Burning Vengeance, right? Alright. It's a Burning Vengeance, guys.
That's amazing.
Yes.
I love it.
Burning Vengeance in play.
That's
With
so...
Life in the Loam and
Life in the
Faithless
Loam...
Looting in his hand.
But Life in the Loam doesn't do it a ton. But when you start getting things like Raven's Crime, 2 damage, discard a card, with
Gotcha.
all of a sudden Flame Jab is a bolt. Flame Jab is a bolt now.
TJ is so happy right now.
Oh my
guys.
goodness! Actually, it's more like it's a lava spike, or not a lava spike. It's a chain lightning. It's a chain lightning. I'm so impressed right now. I'm loving this. This is so cool. I want to see this go. I want to see this happen.
Alright, looks like he's going to crack his land here. Probably go for Life from the Loam this turn, though.
Oh, yes.
Flame Jab. Flame Jab is a bolt.
Flame Jab is a bolt. That's pretty cool. I think that's actually a pretty nice piece of tech.
It's a good way to just kind of get yourself
And
there.
I'm expecting that this was in the sideboard, but for the control matchup, when you can kind of expect that you have the ability to cast a 3-mana card down the line, enchantment.
Now, Garrett does have removal for Burning Vengeance.
Not,
Esper Charm destroys.
not anymore.
Gonna take the gifts.
Ooh.
Alright.
Now Garrett doesn't have actually the ability to cast it right now. Flame Jab is now a bolt. Oh my goodness. Night to night, don't worry, I got some pretty good ears all the way from Value Town. Oh, this is so cool. and now does have the ability. So actually, Garrett, I think that this Esper Charm, and that's going to be so unfortunate to see.
Yeah, he's got a Snapcaster Mage. Yeah, that's not an Esper Charm in his hand, is it?
Oh man, okay, Marky, that is a really clever. But I'm worried about copyright. I'll have to come up with something really generic for that. The name is Woods Glump.
and the stream is like a case of donuts.
Yes, it's like a case of assorted donuts.
Sometimes someone got one with bacon.
You'll never. So I think that these players are on
I believe
turns.
they're
Actually,
on turns.
for Westlawn, I think they are currently on turn 2. So This is really looking like a draw to me.
It's gonna be a draw.
Unless we see something like a red Urborg come out and a Life in the Loam, then maybe. Then maybe. But I doubt it. I very much doubt it.
Gump Fortress. That's your name.
No, I'm Bolt Rogers, apparently.
That's true.
I'm Red Baron, the Bolt Roger. Wait, Bolt Rogers, the Red Baron?
Bolt Rogers,
I need
the
a
Red
play.
Baron.
I need to get my pilot's license. That's a necessity now. What is
that card?
Oh, that's Punish Ignorance.
That is Punish
No
Ignorance.
way. Both players are playing the sauciest cards right now.
Wow.
This gets
Stop that.
credit for the best flavor text on a counterspell. Far and away. Absolutely some of the best. Unfortunately, we can't extend them. I would love to. But, oh man, that is cool. But that flavor text is fantastic. So, Burning Vengeance at Redborg. I would love a Redborg.
I like Remand.
That's
The flavor text on Remand is
the flavor text on Remand is good, but Punish Ignorance is just so fitting. Oh man, Bolt Rogers is my name. Red
Baron is his superhero identity.
So I'm TJ Bolt Rogers, the Red Baron. I'm a little bit confused on how this works, but it's getting wordy.
Red Baron is your alternate identity,
Okay,
so it's your superhero identity.
gotcha. Because I've never
Red
really.
Baron.
I'm used to living a life where I go by the name TJ, and when you're going by just TJ, you don't get a whole lot of like long names.
It's true.
Because I'm used to just 2 syllables, 2 letters, 1 word. And that's my name. But, nonetheless, I'm pretty... apparently this is a thing. Well, it's a thing for like 5 people, and that's enough for me.
Kaboom.
Kaboom. Okay. So, still have the Punish Ignorance, but I really doubt that this game can close up. Garrett's doing a decent job of,
You
Anthony's
can Snapcaster Mage, Esper Charm, destroy your Burning Vengeance.
Yes, and likely
Get
could
there.
do it in response to Anthony starting to get off of some value off of with that.
Yep, we're going to turn 4 here, so this game's just not gonna end. It's gonna be drawn. Oh, we are dredging.
And there's more Burning Vengeance in this deck. Cammy Nook, stop posting from my alt account.
No, he said, "Let me try an impression."
Oh, that was an impression. Oh, that was good. You have to do
It's a good impression.
for Whirly. You have to type card then the card. Yeah, card then the card. So Life in the Loam getting countered again. It's really hard for this to actually develop into a fast enough clock from either side because we're gonna have Garrett as the final player, and I honestly don't even know if Garrett is capable of 12 damage in a single turn in Esper colors. I don't think. That
However, he can send a message by destroying his opponent's Burning Vengeance.
he can send the
And that's
message,
it.
but he actually still has the Esper Charm in his hand. I think he had.
No, he didn't have an Esper Charm in his hand, but he had one in his graveyard as well as Snapcaster Mage. So
Okay.
I'm gonna find out what we're getting for next round. So
Excellent. If you could let Jono to keep his eyes, or to
keep his mind open.
to keep his mind open. That's exactly what I was looking for there. So let's head back up to the booth in which we will talk a little bit and get ready for round 2. See you there. Hello and thank you for joining. My name is TJ. It's fantastic to have you. Looks like we're just over about 100 people right now, which is really exciting for me. We are doing a giveaway today. Later in the stream, in which basically, we were always talking about what happens when we get to 500 viewers. What happens when we get to 500 viewers? Well, we got to 500 viewers. In fact, we got to 600 viewers. Last Sunday during our Grand Prix trial, it was amazing. We got to 600 people, had a blast doing it, which means that we have now got some things to do. So, we opened the sealed revised starter deck. We got a lightning bolt in it. We got a Lord of the Pit, and we got a tropical island. Actually, it was really sweet. Who won? They had a draw. Also, yes, I will eat a Tybalt. I have an unexpected flight tomorrow. I'm going down to California for the weekend. Don't worry, the stream is covered. But I found out that I was going on Tuesday. No, I'm sorry. I found out on Monday that I was flying out tomorrow down to California. So I will be coming back Sunday night. I will be here for Monday. But I had to delay my eating of the Tybalt just a little bit so that I could get some other things taken care of. Other than that, Coleman has to do a lip sync music video. We're actually thinking about filming that while we're in GPLA. So if you guys are interested in that, let me know so that I can tell him, yeah, people think we should film it in LA, in which we can actually get him doing an 80s cardio song. I'm excited about that. And tonight we are going to select the recipient of the playmat that Joe is going to make. So, do I happen to have a Tybalt? Yes, but I won't be doing it on stream. I'll be doing it off stream so that I can do... I'm actually going to be making myself a nice dinner and inserting the Tybalt into the nice dinner.
Alrighty.
Yes, we can get Blue Moon on camera tonight. Did you hear that, Bryce?
Yes, Eric is here. I will make sure we get him on camera at some point. So, here we go, guys. We've got a battle of epic proportions.
Tell me more.
On the wall.
I'm looking at it. I'm not, but
on
go on.
Merfolk is Dylan. Store owner Dylan.
Dylan is on Merfolk. Now, this is the Hannah deck, is it not?
I believe so.
Okay, going up against...
Joe on Zombardment.
Joe on Zombardment. Oh, man. Alright, now, I know that the mods are in there. If you could do me a favor... The Zombardment list is in our tapped out account, but if you guys could do a quick link to it directly into the chat so that people can see this, we did finally get it. And hello, the hooligan
raid.
The hooligans? Bardic community, it's good to see you. So we are getting ready to head into round 2. Now, this is a little bit of an unusual Merfolk deck, so be prepared to see things like Merfolk Sovereign, some other things like that. Gaimon tags.
50.
I did mean 50 and I typed 20. Okay, now, so we've got Zombardment versus Merfolk.
Absolutely.
Who do you think takes the win? Honestly, I think that Merfolk has an advantage. Being able to take down the mana base of a deck that has a lot to do with it is going to be pretty problematic for Joe.
Yep.
But Joe has a lot of versatility in his game plan, but he doesn't have a whole lot of ability to block. So I think that Merfolk has a little bit of an advantage in this one.
Alright, so let's rock.
H. Rollins and Gaimon tags, I'm pretty sure that we hang out in the same place on the internet, and I love that. I'll see you down there. Okay, Mabogsley, please be kind. Okay. Oh, 3 Lightning Bolt. I love Lightning Bolt. I'm so thrilled by it all the time. But Mabogsley, it's good to see you again. I'm pretty sure, I'm fairly certain I saw you before Sunday, but it's only recently that you've been talking a lot more. So that's awesome. Thanks for joining in plenty more. It's always good to just... oh man, I didn't change the life totals, and oh my goodness, we went from just over 100 to 240. That was definitely a hooligan raid.
Yep. Thank you guys for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Oh my goodness.
Dylan is playing.
There was a new tapped out account. Basically, Joe he told me that he put it into our tapped out account today, actually. But I love it. So, it's good to see you all again. As a heads up, since we did just say it, but you guys all just joined, we're doing a giveaway tonight. Woo! We did get to our 600. We got to 600 viewers on Sunday.
We beat 500.
We beat 500.
We got 600.
So the playmat that Joe is going to draw for a random person, we're picking the person tonight. So stay tuned. That's going to be pretty fun, and I'm excited.
Cavern of Souls, most likely on Wizard. Merfolk. It's on Merfolk.
It's on Merfolk. And you definitely should not name Fish, which has happened at a competitive
Fish.
REL.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, your Garamog
There's a
members are
Lord
now
of Atlantis.
uncounterable. So, a Lord of Atlantis coming out for Dylan. Not a particularly fast start. He does have another, I see, Merfolk Sovereign, Mirror Regery, a Phantasmal Image, and a Viscerous here coming out for Joe. So he's got 2 of his sack outlets, but none of the ways to quite abuse it yet.
Alright, here's a
And
lovely Master of the Pearl Trident.
swing for 3. No islands for Joe yet, which makes sense because he is not at all running any islands. I really like Joe's 2.0 version, but yeah, hopefully the list is in there. Okay. What cards it's always correct to run 4 of? The only ones we came out, Delver and Bolt.
It's not always correct to run 4 Delvers, but that's up
It
for
probably
opinion.
is. You're definitely making an
Caleb
unusual
Durward's
choice.
Vintage
Vintage is a
Super
different
League deck
animal.
is playing too. I'm just saying,
Vintage
it's not
is-
always correct to run 4.
Okay, now we're nitpicking.
Fringe cases,
We're nitpicking.
I am.
You're nitpicking.
You better believe it.
So, Dylan, sitting with 6 damage on the table as well that Joe can't really interact with yet. Lord of Atlantis is texted to say all, or
it's
other Merfolk.
Other Merfolk.
Other
So
Merfolk.
it does affect your opponent's Merfolk if
Yes.
you're playing the mirror.
Now, Lord of Atlantis is other Merfolk. Master of the Pearl Trident is other Merfolk you control. There we go.
Alright, so Bloodghast came down for Joe, and then he immediately sacrificed Viscera Seer in order to scry.
And bring it
then
back.
Played a land to bring it back. Another cavern. This one most likely on...
Go Giddens, it's good to
Homerids.
see you again. What are my thoughts on Canadian Highlander? I'm for it. Looking into it. I actually do have some aspirations of eventually getting a Canadian Highlander tournament going on at the store, but it just takes a little bit of effort
I'll
and
attack you
preparation.
for 8.
So,
8.
a pretty big swing here. Joe just having trouble because, his Bloodghast, unable to do anything. Gonna get the Viscer Seer in the way of it and just sack it.
Block sack.
He takes 4 off of
Takes
that, though.
4 down to 10.
He is in a lot of trouble. Okay.
What's that promo? That is a Mirror Regery.
Yes, it is.
Gives
and I will
+1/+1
bring
to
that
all Merfolk you control, and whenever you cast a Merfolk spell, you get to tap or untap target permanent.
Oh, whoops. I don't know what it is, but
MER,
this
okay.
keyboard and I do not get along. I will tell you that. Alright, so that is a Mirror Regery at the moment.
And now it's dead. Got Abrupt Decayed.
Yep. Yay! Ty, it's great to see you. So, we still have 6 damage out for Dylan. He can apply a lot of pressure. Hasn't got... I think he has the other Merfolk Sovereign in hand. So he has the capability, and actually a Curse Catcher as well is going to be a pretty solid play at the moment. Could toss down that one, or we could see him maybe
Phantasmal Image.
on the...
Copying your Bloodghast
For
because
the
he's below
haste.
10. He's below 10. That means 3, 6, 7, 8.
It's
attack
still
you
8
down to
regardless, but that's still
Curse Catcher.
awesome. I think Dylan
It's a cool
is
way
just
to
doing
do
it for fun. But I can get behind that. That's hilarious. So,
Attack you for 8. Go.
Joe down to 2. Definitely in some trouble. I mean, I don't think that the Zombardment deck, it's able to grind through a lot. But a deck like Merfolk, which goes so wide, and, Joe doesn't have a whole lot of blocking capability.
Yeah, that's the problem. The Zombardment deck is very good against grindy matchups, Jund, control decks, anything along those lines. It gets put against an aggro deck, the not able to block creatures are a big hindrance.
Absolutely. So, a little bit of a problematic situation, and Dylan just applying so much pressure that Joe hardly even has time to recover, and that's the biggest thing. Okay. Yeah, the Greater Gargadon is a fantastic, uncounterable sack outlet, and that's one of the big things that that does a huge amount of work for it. So that's one of my favorite pieces of innovation that he actually has access to in this deck. H. Rollins, you are absolutely correct. You always run either 0 or 4 Tibalt,
Typically 0.
even in Commander.
Well, here's a Zulaport Cutthroat.
So, a swing for 2, because why not? And
Can't block anyway.
but the Zulaport Cutthroat just unable to do too
I
much.
love the background too. It's all cryptic-y.
Delver Hunter, thank you very much. It's a pretty sweet one. I'm thinking that we're actually going to just do a cycle of all the
And
commands.
that's going to be it. So we are on to game 2. Dylan taking game 1 with Merfolk.
Merfolk is such a cool deck, and I'm really glad that we get to see it. We don't often get to see those kind of decks in the store. What is the card with 6 counters on it? Let's take a look at that one, because I was just mentioning it a little bit, but the big thing is that Greater Gargadon, what it serves in this deck. So it is a suspend. Is Joe the guy that wears headphones when I'm playing him? They're just around his neck, actually, but he just happens to have them on at the moment. So, the Greater Gargadon in this one, it's a 9/7 with suspend 10 for a single red mana. And then you can sacrifice an artifact, creature, or land to remove a time counter on it. Now that sacrifice ability is very important. Suspend is not casting it. It cannot be countered.
Yep.
Unless you want to get absurd. But, so you suspend a Greater Gargadon, and now you have a sacrifice outlet that cannot be interacted with by your opponent. So that's how Joe utilizes that one, and it's one that just by doing its job of acting as a sac outlet over the course of the game, it then becomes a threat that they do have to answer. And that's almost a plus ability. Joe would likely be interested in this card if it was an enchantment that did nothing. I mean, knowing Joe, he would run it.
Yeah.
But the fact that he now just gets a 9/7 and occasionally gets just, great, I have a great sack outlet, I was able to grind through this a whole lot, now deal with a 9/7 after grinding out with me. Yes, you are correct, Captain, but it's the sack ability that is not counterable. That was the part that I was implying. So you can counter the eventual cast, that doesn't matter nearly as much to Joe. Okay. So... Green Akira, thanks for joining. And I apologize, but I don't recognize your name super well, but I feel like I've seen you before. But if not, welcome. It's great having you. I hope that you are enjoying the show. And actually, let me know if you did just join us from the Hoogland cast, because that's really awesome that all of you joined. I hope that you do end up enjoying the show.
Wesleyan, yes. Creatures, when they come off of suspend, gain haste.
Yes, they do. It's awesome.
If you want to Rift Sweeper as Gargadon,
Proto,
seems good.
You are correct. I apologize. The Eldrazi have changed that somewhat. But, no, I actually am also a fan of not really interacting with the electronics when you're... I can understand if you have a decent reason. Of, like, between games, let me check if I'm expecting a call that's important. That kind of thing. But in the middle of a game, I really feel like you should not be listening to music. You should be paying attention to your opponent. Because I think it's actually more of a respect thing than even like a... And it's a respect to your opponent for their time, is how I look at it.
Life is Bowling, yes, absolutely. Wasteland Strangler can put suspended cards into the graveyard.
Okay, so... but yeah, that's exactly it. When it's a casual event, when it's something like a local weekly event, I get it. A call is a little bit different, but to be consistently checking it just seems... It just doesn't sit right with me.
Absolutely, absolutely.
To AJ, hello, it's good to see you. Hello to Katsugad. What else have we got here who is saying hi? Daniel from Brazil. Does one of my mods want to toss in the tapped out account link? That would be amazing. But Daniel from Brazil, keep an eye on the people with the swords next to their name. They should be putting some out there shortly. SSA00109A. Hi, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining. I don't think I've ever seen your name before.
Welcome!
But it'd be hard for me to really memorize that, to be honest.
There we go. Thank you, Guy Montags.
I didn't. See? Give it a moment. Give it a moment, SSA00109A. It'll come.
Alright, so Dylan going to 5.
Dylan definitely in a problematic position now, with only one land and a bunch of 2-drops.
Oh, it was no lands. It was no lands, 2 Aether Vials, and a bunch of creatures.
Oh, it was no land.
Yeah, it was a no lander.
Matt Damon, it is great to see you. And Captain, I understand but even so, maybe clear it with your opponent first. Maybe do one headphone, something like that. During competitive REL, you cannot have electronics.
That is definitely true.
At a casual REL, maybe just okay it with your opponent first. Because I will say that if you walk up and you just have both headphones in and you don't, like, ask if it's cool or something like that, I'm not going to be upset about it because I don't get upset about many things. But I will take it as not, like... It's not an outrageous sign of respect.
It's like we lost our Dylan.
Oh, he had to
Dylan's
answer.
answering the phone.
But, so, that's at least the main thing. Okay. Cammy Nook, sure, you can have an exception to anything that you want, really. Merfolks are goblins trying to be blue.
That's not true.
I mean, all tribal things are pretty similar in their game plan. Goblins and merfolk, especially in Modern, pretty much the reason to be running goblins in Modern is Goblin Grenade. And merfolk doesn't have that.
Yeah, it just kills you fine anyway.
I mean, Goblin Grenade is such an insanely good card. It is so good.
It is.
And it's worth running something that is a little bit slightly less effective than what it is because of how much value that is. And it still does a great job of just sometimes taking free wins. Merfolk are significantly more consistent, however.
Yes.
So, Joe puts down a Viscerous here, going to be acting as a sack outlet, can sack any kind of creature, get a free scry. We can bring up that card for you. Off of a Blood Crypt. Still missing some of his colors off of that one. I don't know why. This is what I get when I try and type without looking. It's a bad plan. I'm not that good at it yet. I am working on it, however. And Dylan's starting off again pretty slow, but he's got a really slim hand at the moment, and that's going to be problematic. Now, Joe following up with a Gravecrawler and a suspended
Gargadon.
And that's fantastic.
So he's got 2 sack outlets to work with.
Okay.
Lord of Atlantis comes down from Dylan.
Arison, ask me in a little bit. I would love to answer that question. Shrapnel Blast is all kinds of fun. So, the Gravecrawler, it's an attack for 2. Blocking it is going to be silly because even when it dies,
it'll probably come back.
It'll probably come back down the line. Right now, it won't be. There's not another zombie as it currently sits, and Gravecrawler does require that. But even so, I'm not super concerned if I'm Dylan about that 2 damage when I can be so explosive.
As far as Nathan's Brain Energy list, I don't think that we've done that.
Not yet, but we do have access to it. It should be happening very shortly. I'm going to be...
you mean Jeff?
We're going to be powering through that pretty shortly. Jeff, it's good to see you, and thank you very much. They've been fantastic.
They seem to be behaving so far.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what it is, but the people in this stream are always so much fun to interact with.
All right, so a Tragic Slip going to take down Lord of Atlantis here.
All right, and actually a Spreading Seas on Joe's land, cutting him off of a color, that green, and more importantly, giving Dylan the island to be unblockable. Now, granted, it's not going to be huge as far as, Joe can't block a ton anyway, but eliminating that from the equation for Dylan makes his math a lot easier. It makes his pressure significantly more effective.
Yeah, if he can get down a Lord, it makes everything a lot easier.
And also cutting Joe off of green means Abrupt Decay is out of the picture at the moment.
So here's the Silver Go Adam revealing a Merfolk Sovereign. So that's one that's not typically played in Merfolk lists, but...
Now, Cammy Nook bringing up an interesting point that we completely spaced on. Joe has the ability to sack that land at any time to get rid of the island, and that could become a really good trick for Joe. Now, Joe, I don't think has played against much Merfolk, so it'll be curious to see if he sees that line, but Cammy Nook, that is a great line, so thank you for that.
And again, Joe has to have a creature that can block at that point.
I mean, the Viscerous
Seer doesn't happen often.
The Viscerous Seer
can definitely block.
Oh, man. So, Dylan got the Silvergill Adept. By the lack of Lords and Shadows Windstride, hey, you gotta have a little bit of
Eldritch Moon.
You never know. So we have the Mirror Readery coming out for Dylan. Now, this is that same promo one that we saw earlier. It is going to turn the Silvergill Adept into swinging as a 3/2.
So that means that Viscerous Seer can't trade with it anymore.
Exactly. And even though Joe does have that option down the line, Joe has the potential to maybe buy himself a turn and get one good swing in with the Greater Gargadon if Dylan taps out. Some kind of trick like that. But it's going to be pretty... Ooh, Jeff, that sounds awesome, actually. That sounds pretty cool. Also, Demir Overlord. That's a pretty cool name.
Pretty good.
Right? It's very like subtle but obvious, which is very Demir. Okay. So,
and here's an attack for 4.
Yeah, and with the Mirror Readery as a 2/2 right now, Joe isn't losing very much right now, especially since the opportunity cost of him attacking is low. If Dylan blocks, Dylan loses a creature. Joe
Got 11 to 12.
doesn't. So going for the shock there is going to knock Joe down to 11.
And I believe, what is that one? Is that? That's the vampire. That makes him sacrifice.
Oh.
Starts with an M.
You can just open the door and ask really quick. I'm spacing on the name, and being the promo is like not giving me the name recognition.
What's the name of that vampire? What's the name of the vampire?
Gatekeeper. That's it. That's it.
That's it.
Thank you very much. It's been a while since I've gotten to see a Gatekeeper of Malakir.
That's definitely true.
So 3 mana, sack a creature, gets rid of the 2/1. Still 2 Reejeries on the battlefield at the moment, as well as a
Cozy's
Cozy's
Trickster.
And against Joe, that's not bad. He's running a decent amount of fetch lands. It's not excellent because he's not doing a whole lot outside of
And
that.
an attack for 3.
But Dylan is still in a pretty good spot right now. I mean, Joe was able to swing for a pretty nice amount into this field, but he really needs to answer the Reejeries at this point. How does Bombardment work? That is a great question.
Let's
Cammy Nook nailed it.
Well, Bogsley, I believe that Joe is running Relentless Dead.
He is not. I
He's
think
not anymore. He
No.
was for a little bit.
But the deck list is on tapped out, but I'm pretty sure he took it out because it's too slow.
Okay.
I'm not 100%. He's been playing with it a little bit, like playing with the numbers. But it is on our tapped out account if one of the mods wants to toss
So
it
use a
in.
Lightning Bolt to take out one of the Reejeries.
But it's basically a grindy deck that will win with all of these 2/1s and such. The kind
4/6.
of alternate big win condition that it has is that it's also running a Perforos, God of the Forge, which will end up becoming a fantastic win condition when you can start chaining together blood or the Gravecrawler. Thank you very much. Woo!
Alright, so here's 2 more. And a Bloodghast. Alright.
And actually, with Dylan at 6 right now, the big thing is that if Dylan ends up... Joe has the potential to win this game, actually. And it's going to take Dylan kind of making a mistake. He has some Merfolk Sovereign. He has the ability to play out this Lord of Atlantis and try and take advantage of this Island Walk, which is going to be a pretty solid play.
Mm-hmm.
Joe needs to remember the possibility of just sacking his land to get rid of that Spreading Seas. Gaimon Tegs, that is the incorrect list. I think that's
That's
the old
the original one. That's the old one.
That is a old version of the deck. That's the 1.0. So we play out the Lord of Atlantis. We're still looking at, is this 6 damage right now? So Joe would go down to 2 if nothing else. Maybe needs to watch out for that.
I think it's 5. 3, 4, 5. Oh no, it's 6. Sorry.
But not a fantastic position to be in.
Yeah, Joe has lethal on the way back.
And I think we're looking at a game 3. Because even with, now, can Dylan just sit back and maybe become the blocker? Because he can survive a little bit if he goes for the blocking. He can actually take down both Bloodghasts or both Gravecrawlers to keep them from coming back. And maybe the Gatekeeper of Malakir take the 2 from the Bloodghast to handle that.
No. Joe runs Abrupt Decay specifically for dealing with problem permanents such as Rest in Peace.
It does hurt, though.
It is very painful, but it is not the end of his deck.
It hurts pretty bad. It hurts real bad. Alright, let's see if I can find things based on, recent folders, anything like that. But I'll see what I can find for Joe's deck. Because that one is a pretty old school.
There it is.
Alright, we have got a deck list for you all.
Boom.
There you go. So, a second Bloodghast coming out. The
Zulaport Cutthroat. That's going to be game.
That's a touchdown.
All right. We are on to game 3.
Woo! Ooh! Beautiful. So, anyone wondering, right up above...
So he is running 2 Relentless Dead stuff.
That is... Oh, okay, so yeah. He's got the cool pieces of tech in this. He's running 2 Sifter of Skulls, which is a gloriously cool piece of tech.
Beautiful.
It is really cool, actually. And he's also running the other one that's really sweet. What is it? The Grim Haruspex. 2 things that he is always like, oh, they're beautiful.
Is he not running 4 bolts in the deck? How many is he running?
Daniel from Brazil,
Scroll down for a second.
you're welcome. I'm sorry, how many what?
How many bolts is he running?
Oh.
He's running 3.
Yep.
Blasphemy.
I agree. Now, to Shrekstoff, why the Sovereigns? Agreed. It is an odd choice. So Dylan is playing a deck that is played by someone named Hannah who comes to the store a decent amount. She is aware of what most merfolk run. She prefers this one. Now, the full reasons for it, honestly, I think it's just personal preference. I agree that it's a little bit outside of the mainstream, but I'm also a bigger advocate for people playing what is going to be fun for them, because it's a game at the end of the day. So I think that it's not particularly a wrong choice, but it's definitely an interesting choice.
Yep.
To Green Akira, actually, that's why Dylan now has to go to a game 3, is we gave him a loss. Oh wait, Joe is the one that needs a game loss.
Wesleyan, as far as the giveaway, it's later.
It will be later, probably towards the end of the next roundish
Somewhere
area in that time frame. Okay. Oh, BFC.
Blasphemous Act is 13 damage. You are short 4 damage, sir. Or man. I don't know. I just say sir, because that's just words.
To mention Smothering Abomination. You know, that's actually an interesting card to try out. 4 mana is a little bit tricky for the deck, but that's not a bad idea, actually. I will have to mention that. McPatches, what's being given away? If you remember, when we get to 500 viewers, which we did on Sunday, we'll be doing a bunch of things. What we're doing the giveaway tonight is the playmat, which actually, he's on camera right now. Joe Klabowski, the Zombardment 2.0 player. That is the man that when you request if you are the recipient of this playmat, you get to give him 6 words. 6 words.
6 words actually works. That's sign language.
I know, but I didn't know if everyone else.
6.
You get 6 words. You give them to him, and he is going to draw, design, and create a blank white playmat into a work of art to send to you.
Give away a bolt to Joe. He needs it.
Oh, I have not eaten the Tibble yet. So we have a Blood Crypt for Joe going down to 17 off the fetch land. I was planning on doing it soon. I need to make myself a nice Alfredo dinner for it. I'm going to be integrating it into a really nice dinner for myself. The big thing is going to be that I had some family stuff come up recently, and so I need to fly down to California tomorrow, which means that I'm delaying that for a little bit. But there will be other co-hosts who have very graciously on
Have no fear.
an extremely short
believe
notice.
Joe is going to be commentating for Legacy on Friday.
Correct?
And myself and Steven are doing Saturday Modern.
I believe so.
So
Yeah, to my knowledge.
it'll be fun.
Yeah. So Bloodghast coming out for Joe onto the battlefield, not getting too active with his cards yet in hand.
That's a timely Aether Vial.
It's a decent one, and playing it off the Mutavault will be good, but the Aether Vial, you know,
And here's a...
yeah.
That is a Rejury, right?
Arison, I will be at GPLA. Please, if you see me, come say hi. I would love to meet people. I'm actually going to be bringing a book specifically to, like,
Write down the
try
people
and
that he
document the people that I meet, because I'm really excited about that.
TJ will be there, I will be there, Eric will be there. So
I'm more excited for that than
all
playing.
of us will be there.
Coleman will be there.
Coleman will be there as well. That is true.
Yep. So the Greater Gargadon coming down, the Great Sack Ally, a Bloodghast still on the battlefield, unable to block, likely going to be swinging in for 2, and then possibly going for a sack if Joe has a land to play this turn.
That could be a Wake Thrasher. You are correct.
Oh, we will talk about Shrapnel Blast. You are absolutely right. So, the Bloodghast getting sacked, bringing it back, and drops down just a tapped land. Joe being really, really, what's the word that I'm looking for? Patient?
Yep.
Right now? Patient is the word that I'm looking at.
So here is an Aether Vial followed by another... Can you confirm for me that that's Wake Thrasher?
I am 90% sure that that's a Wake Thrasher, which is, again, a very unusual card. In Merfolk. Oh, it's 2 words.
Space, yeah.
But, still a very
it's
cool
Wake
card.
Thrasher, okay.
The Wake Thrasher, 3 mana, and that whenever a permanent you control gets untapped, Wake Thrasher gets +1/+1.
Against Joe's +5/+5.
Against Joe's low blocking deck, that actually it's going to get bigger than that, because Dylan can just tap the Aether
Yeah,
Vial.
you can just tap the Aether Vial.
It's going to be swinging for 7. Would we come to the Dallas Open at the end of June? I am currently not planning it. I'm planning on going to GP Portland,
There's
but
a lightning bolt.
I'm hesitant to, I'm not sure if I can afford that quite yet.
GP Dallas.
I'm not sure if I can afford it quite yet. Maybe I can be convinced, but not.
Last I knew, GP Dallas was in November.
Oh, I don't know. Not sure.
Because we've got Portland
Ooh.
at mid-August, and then November is GP Dallas Fort
So
Worth.
that's a Harbinger of the Tides, a Curse Catcher, and a Merfolk Sovereign in hand. And I think Dylan right now is thinking about going for the Merfolk Sovereign,
I think you just turn on the Mutabolts and attack, right?
and then you can put down the Curse Catcher if you really, really need a blocker.
Yep.
But yeah, has access to that one.
That's 3, 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
Take you to 5.
And I think that is the better play, to just be more aggressive, because the longer that this game goes, Joe is able to grind pretty well. GP Dallas November.
GP Dallas is in November. SCG Dallas is in June. Sorry.
Gotcha.
Now I got it.
I'm not sure. Hey, Formed Toaster, I'm not sure if we've seen you in the chat before. Welcome. It's good seeing you. I hope that you enjoy the show. By the way, if you are brand new and you haven't yet, always feel free to hit that follow button. We certainly appreciate it because it means something to us, and an email goes to the store owner saying, hey, they're doing a decent job back there. And also, it is going to help me eventually make my case for getting a Twitch subscription or a Twitch partnership, which I'm starting to look into.
This should be game. Joe has 1 blocker. Dylan has 8 power. The most that Joe can block is 3.
It's not looking great.
And Joe's tapped out.
Yeah. It's not looking fantastic. I mean, just because of the,
Joe does need a
technically-
bolt. He needs land bolt. That would work.
Mm-hmm.
And that is it.
Unmake?
He had an unmake.
He had an unmake
All right,
in hand.
I'm going to go see if I can snag us a game 3 or something.
All right, I'm going to look at that card as I type in the names to get us back up to the booth. So, we see Merfolk take it down there against the sweet Zombardment deck. Again, it's a deck that I think could definitely, with some larger number of eyes, value of eyes upon it, I think that's a deck that is definitely really cool. So, let's go ahead and head back up to the booth. I have now entered the button, and I'll see you there. Hello, and thank you for joining. It is fantastic to see you all interacting with me in the chat. I love doing this. We're doing this 4 times a week as it currently sits. How can we talk about Shrapnel Blast? In my original Affinity deck, in the first one that I built, I actually had 4 Galvanic Blast and 4 Shrapnel Blast total in it, and it was awesome. Having 36 points of burn across 8 spells was a really good feeling. I outburned burn decks pretty consistently. Every now and then I think about going back to that for a bit. Abrupt Decay, that is so cool.
That's a sweet name.
That is such a cool name. And
Get it
congrats
sweet, 'cause
on...
cake.
Man, that joke had a lot of layers. So, any cool decks? There's a lot of them. Any Infect? I honestly don't know. There's
think so.
almost 30 people out
There
there.
would have been.
Yeah, actually, I ended up having to bring Bryce in because my other co-host got sick.
Yeah. So, I got us a game 3.
What do we got?
I believe against the wall
Okay.
is going to be Donovan.
Who is going to be playing Norn Sisters?
Nope. Goblins.
Is he? He's on the 8-whack?
It looks like
It's goblins.
It's goblins.
Okay.
I saw Goblin Chieftain, Legion Loyalist, and a Lightning Bolt in the cards that he showed me.
Oh, this is definitely 8-whack. Okay. That's 8-whack.
Okay.
Wait, unless Chieftain is a little bit unusual.
Yeah.
We're going to call it
We'll
goblins.
just call it Goblins for now.
We're going to be safe. Going up
And then
against...
on the other side is Derek,
Okay.
who is on Jund.
Interesting.
And so this is game 3. I'm not sure who won the last one,
But we're heading into a game 3.
exactly. So let's
Okay.
do it.
So, let's see, what's the question here? Someone was asking a question. Do I like cake? I like cake. I don't
Cake's
eat a
good.
ton of it these days. And I'll see you down there. Let's have fun. Okay, so, Goblins versus Jund. How do you feel about this matchup?
I think that if Goblins is on the play, it's got a pretty good capability of getting through Jund's cheap removal. But if Derek's got a decent hand with decent removal, Goblin's going to have some issues.
Hey, I'm going to assume that your name is Paul. It's good to see ya. You my boy, apparently. That's pretty cool. Can we please see Jund?
It's right there.
Yes.
Right over there.
There.
Oh, wait a minute. That way.
I do enjoy waffles, but I make really, really good pancakes from scratch. So that is my advantage. Okay. So
Looks like mulligan to 6 for Donovan.
now we do have a Blood Moon in hand, which is going to be a nice tool, and I'm expecting Donovan to be on the play. Only because I think that this deck would be slightly favored in the main board, but not in the side. Just because Derek is able to bring in Anger the Gods, things like that. So this could be 8-whack, absolutely. And I'm
It's
hoping...
got black.
Yeah, we're going to call this Goblins then.
Okay.
Okay. So, a Foundry Street Denizen coming out. One of the actually really solid 1-drops. And it's one of those cards that seems
Why is he
underwhelming.
starting at 16 life?
You mean... Oh, dang it. Okay, so Foundry Street Denizen, you know, you look at it and you think that it may not be the best Goblin in the deck, but it's actually one of the better 1-drops. Because if you can play down 2 things, all of a sudden it's swinging for 3. All of a sudden it's... I mean, it becomes a really nice tool in this deck. Down the line, so I'm definitely can get behind that one. Derek passing back, probably keeping up a Terminate or possibly an Abrupt Decay in a situation like that, but a Tarmogoyf would be a really nice choice there.
Spike Jester.
Oh, this
That's
is sweet.
beautiful. That's an attack for 5.
That is really sweet. It's been a while since I've seen anything that saucy.
Down to 13 goes Derek after a fetch.
So, Goblin's off to a fantastic start. I haven't seen Spike Jester really get played since Ravnica Theros Standard. That, I mean, and that was during when it was just Theros. Once Born of the Gods came out, that deck pretty much went away.
Yeah.
But, man, that is cool. Do you remember playing a Spike Jester and putting a Madcap skills on it?
No.
Oh.
I remember playing turn 1 Cloudfin Raptor, turn 2 Frostburn Weird,
Oh, that's lame.
turn 3 Night Veil Spectre, turn 4 Master of Waves. That's what I did during that time. I was that guy.
I mean, that was also a really cool deck, actually. So, Maelstrom Pulse taking down the Spike Jester.
Looks like you did aim it at Spike Jester.
Yeah. And I think that that's probably the better one. Okay.
Well, here's a Pile Driver. Attack you for 2.
So, a Pile Driver coming down. And Derek at 11. The Pile Driver is going to be able to swing for a decent amount, especially if Donovan is holding up any haste.
That protection from blue is big in this map. No.
Garok, I'm glad that we're able to provide a match for you. Hopefully that is a positive for you. But I apologize. We tend to kind of bounce between the two. And in general, I tend to just prefer having us talking because we have the capability of a screen that just says, back soon with more Modern. And we have the screen. But I haven't used it in about 7 months. Because I just...
rather talk to you.
Exactly. So, that's at least part of the reason why, but unfortunately we can't always have a game on. We do our best, though. So, hopefully it's a positive this time, though. Oh, man, this is awesome. Derek, still having a bit of a problem here. He does have the basic mountain. We might see him drop down a Huntmaster, but I'm curious, and it looks like that is not the case. What's that card in hand right there?
Looks like a Rakdos Charm?
A Rakdos Charm would be an interesting one.
Well, here is a Damnation.
And that's a pretty solid one. So, plays it down, does have the double black, ends up going for a pretty decent board wipe there.
Hello, Kron 714.
Kron, it's great to see you. SSA00109A. Which one is why you watch the stream? But I'm hoping it's one of the good things. Garok, I completely understand. Difference, I completely get it.
Lightning bolt your face.
So,
I will lightning bolt your face.
yeah, Donovan's applying huge amount of pressure.
No, it looks like he's gonna attack. He's got a double bolt now.
Okay.
2 lightning bolts, some other red card, and a blood moon.
So, Derek going into his draw, got 5 lands at the moment. Officer, what a great name. Officer, thanks for joining. I'm glad that you think so. Birds and Jund is throwing me off. I have to agree. And why is that? I'm perplexed.
Derek plays his own version of decks. He does this for Jund, he does it for Abzan, he likes Birds of Paradise.
Okay, so taking it down. Derek down to 5. But
Here's another bird.
what is happening?
I have all the birds.
What is happening?
Bolt your face.
I'm
Take 5.
I'm putting it on the card here. I'm putting it on the card reader. But this is I'm thrown off. I'm perplexed. I
looked away and I saw birds all of a sudden.
and a goblin
birds.
grenade for the win.
Did he have? Oh, he had
Yep.
Bushwhacker. Okay.
So
There we
Bushwhacker into goblin grenade. What? That was awesome. Is it
All
required
right.
to play with mismatch cards here? No, just strongly encouraged.
All right. Well, we can go see if I can get us another game 3.
Yeah,
How
we
about
got
that?
time. You know what, girl? We were able to get a little bit of a match for you, and we're going to find another one pretty shortly. So let's head on up. That was pretty cool to see, but I never once expected to... That's a pretty interesting choice. But I will agree that he might be trying to use it to replicate, and actually I'll just continue this as I get back up into the booth, because I'm going to head back up there right now, and then we'll talk about that. So, the reason why he is likely running it, and it's a superstar, a decent point to be made there, but I
Everybody's
think
in the middle of a game.
is that he might be using it to try and replicate something like a Deathrite Shaman, in that he's trying to use it to get the turn 2 Liliana of the Veil or the turn 3 Hunt Master, go through something like that. Noble Hierarch might be better, but it's a less budget option, might just be trying it out at the moment, but that is pretty odd at the moment. It's unusual, but I will say, turn 1 Birds, turn 2 Liliana of the Veil is a house.
It's very, very good.
Absolutely. So, Dylan, you did great. Kodak never understood the unload for mismatched cards. Here's my thought on it. I'm not for matched cards, and I'm not particularly against mismatched cards. I think that there's 2 ways to look at it. One, I'd like cards that are functional. That's why that's what I'm interested in.
Yep.
If the
Is
card
it a card?
functions,
Does it work?
That's kind of what I'm more into at this point in the game. But there is something to be said for the small amount of competitive advantage that you gain from a competitive setting by having match.
Yep.
It technically can matter. But when you're playing at a weekly store, I'd rather play whatever I want. That's kind of my mentality in it. Okay. So, that is pretty cool though. You forgot to spit hot fire. Fantastic. So, apparently your Paul is complimenting your sideboard, side
My
burns.
sideboards?
Hey, I'm a fan of anything burn, and if they're on the side, works for me.
Works. Some burn on the side.
Okay, so what else have we got here? We're waiting for another match potentially. Are there matches that are going to be?
Most of the games are in game 3 at this point.
Okay, so that means that very likely we're looking at a pretty short time frame to head into round 3. That one's going to be a good one. Now we're looking at 2 things. Do we know, is Michael on Death and Taxes?
I don't know. He was not playing. He is currently playing a standard game against Eli in between the round.
Okay, so they, by the way, any suggestions for Mono Green Hydra? PM Forget, what format? Let us know. We'll happily help you out at the moment. But, yeah, for Kodiak, I agree. Functional cards are how it goes. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, so we have 2 requests that I've gotten so far. Blue Moon, Death and Taxes.
Yep.
So we're going to take a look at those for the round 3 so that we can try and get those. Life is Bowling. I have talked to Michael. He has agreed to play Death and Taxes soon, and that's for you.
Yep.
Um,
I'll try to get Eric next round, and then we'll see what happens from there.
Mabogsley, any way to get that standard side game on camera to kill time? I have no idea, but honestly, it's very possible that by the time that they moved over, we would be kind of heading into the other thing. So
They're in the middle of a game as well, so they'd have to like start up again. So
yeah.
want to see Blue White Red and Harry? It's in my backpack. I don't think anyone else is playing it.
This is the guy playing it, but we will be getting his deck list up onto our Tapped Out account.
Absolutely.
Okay, if we guys had the chance from Joe to have a 6-word inspired playmat, what would those words be? Oh, and apparently Blue Dustin Man will be here Saturday with Death and Taxes. Guess what, Blue Dustin Man? You almost, you kind of ensured yourself getting on camera which is pretty clever of you.
Make sure you point yourself out to either
I
myself
know.
or Steven.
Oh, that's true. I won't be here. Point yourself out to... I won't be here. But I don't have MySpace anymore. What cards would I say? My spirit card would be Tybalt. Nah, my spirit card would probably be Grim Lavamancer, actually. Realistically, I think that would be mine.
Snapcaster Mage.
Okay. McPatches, good luck. Crunchy Bubbles, it's great to see you.
The deck list for Nahiri. The Jessica Nahiri deck. So it's the one that I played at the GPT here.
Kron, we will not have a booth at the GPLA. Actually, neither one of us work for the store.
Oh yeah, no.
We just play here and we happen to do the commentary. But we will be down there at GPLA having fun. So if you want to find us, we'll totally be down to hang out with people. I'm actually more excited about that than I'm actually playing.
Tell you what, Jessica Nahiri deck, I will tweet it out. So if you go check out my Twitter there, it will be there momentarily.
Is Michael's deck untapped out? The one that he played in a Grand Prix trial like 3 months ago is. We can try and get the new one on there pretty shortly, so I can try and get that from him. 6 words for Joe Draw. I'm not sure what I would draw. Geek Fortress, the Magic Plane. That's a good one. I honestly don't know what I would request from him, but I'm also not eligible to win, so I couldn't tell you what it would be.
I could be eligible to win. I'll just put myself in the chat.
Nah, I mean not technically, but then I won't give it to you.
Darn it.
Right?
It's not fair, TJ.
Rex, it is great to see you. Rabid Mountain Goats, you have 2/3 of a really sweet band's name, just to let you know. Minecraft World, that's kind of cool. I've never seen someone named Minecraft World in here before, and it's possible that I've just missed it, but that's kind of cool. Do I think that Insolent Neonate, Prized Amalgam, and the unbanning of Golgari Grave Troll are enough to push Dredgefind in the realm of competitiveness? I think that it can push it into playable and somewhat competitive. It folds to some pretty decent hate, so it's going to be problematic, but it is possible. Avada, what's the giveaway? Joe is going to draw on a blank white playmat. Basically, someone gets to give him 6 words. He is going to use those 6 words and create his interpretation of them onto a blank white playmat and then send it to that person. That is our giveaway.
Alright, so I just tweeted the Jessica Nahiri list, so
up
you
there.
can go find it there at my Twitter. Right there.
What are my opinions on the quote? Fundamentals are a crutch for the talentless. That is brilliant. That is awesome. What are my opinions on it? Realistically, it's hilarious. But it's also probably not the best mentality. But I will say that I have made the mistake of going about with that mentality in other aspects of my life. And it almost always led to a more or less small regret. So,
Superstar, my Twitter's right above me. Twinout662.
that one, up there.
Kind of blends into the blue background a little.
What else have we got? Oh man, all kinds of things happening here. If there's been some dredge with Bridge from Below, that is pretty cool. There was also a dredge that did decently well at a big event, but that was back during the Eldrazi days, I think.
So there's a Who is TJ and a Who is Coleman. Where's mine?
You gotta make it yourself, I guess.
Oh, I have to make it myself?
I guess.
So much more effort.
Okay, and what else have we got? The Cryptic Command in the background. I love it. I'm actually thinking about doing a cycle of the 5 original commands to try and do some of that, and I'm excited about the Incendiary one. That one is going to be...
Incendiary Command is a great art.
Is the giveaway us only? What does that mean? I'm not quite sure what that means. It will be to a follower. Or it'll be to where if you enter in the phrase that we... Like, we're going to make it...
Joe is
and
coming up with one. I told him to come up with one. So.
And then when we announce it, you have a timeline. If you put in the phrase into the chat, you are then eligible for it, and then it will select someone randomly from that. Now, as for...
U.S. only, as in United States. I don't think so.
No.
Dylan said last time he was
I'm willing to do it.
international shipping. So.
I am willing to do international. I don't think it's wildly expensive, and if it's only the one, then I can do that.
It's a playmat. We'll get it to you.
Yep. Oh, goodness. Okay.
Blame that one on TJ.
After the stream, let me know the list on Twitter. I will do that. That sounds good. I will do what I can for you there. It will not be USA only, actually. I'm pretty sure. I mean, if it's just the one playmat, I'm willing to go for it. And enough of the people here happen to be outside of the U.S., and I'd rather not cut them off of that. So, cross-dimensional sounds awesome, and man, there was a lot of comments right there.
So the Elspeth actually got changed to a Chandra. I forgot to change that before posting it. That's my bad. I decided to run Chandra.
Chandra
Flamecaller instead. Because
I love it.
She's really good. She gets you there through the grinding matchups when you need to by her 0 ability. If you just drop her, you just attack for 6. Closes games out really quickly, and she can be a built-in board wipe. So.
I really do like Chandra. I've been we've been advocating for her for
so
long.
She's super good. Minecraft World, are you talking to me about Jeskai? If so, it's Nahiri. That's the whole reason to play the deck.
Top on my upkeep. First of all, I don't think that I recognize your name, and I apologize if that's because I just haven't seen it before or I'm forgetting it. If you are brand new, welcome, and to all the people who are brand new to the stream today, it's awesome having you. I hope that you're enjoying the show. We do this 4 times a week. There's a schedule down there, but it's missing Mondays, but the times are Pacific Daylight Time. I'll talk about those in a moment, but we've got a bunch of things to work through right now. What else have we got? What is my best card? That's an interesting... I'm going to say it maybe outside of it, but I'm a huge advocate for Lightning Bolt, honestly.
Lightning Bolt is arguably the best card in Modern.
Otherwise, I mean, I've got the Liliana. Oh, I have a Crimped Arabian Nights Mountain. That I'm really pleased with that. I love that card. You can win. I am willing to do international for the playmat. Actually, I'm willing to do it. So,
favorite cards in Modern: Snapcaster Mage, Lightning Bolt. What more is there?
Favorite cards in Modern. So if we're going outside of the ones, like let's try and get a little bit.
Okay,
off
so
the
go
beaten
outside of our normal ones.
Mana Clash. Death Shadow is a very cool card. I really, really enjoy. I think that Spellskite is just a phenomenal card in Modern. I really enjoy. Oh, what's the other one that I like? Gifts Ungiven. I really like Gifts Ungiven in Modern. I'm trying to go outside, like, the obvious is Lightning
outside
Bolt.
your Lightning Bolt.
Like, or Arcbound Ravager or Cranial Plating. Like, those things are obvious. But we should be jumping into another round very, very shortly, by the way. Okay. Hey, that's awesome.
As far as my favorite card, if we're going with just, like, one weird card that I would really, really like, Sky Hussar.
Top of my upkeep, if you want to get in touch with me on Twitter, the fact that you're one of the council members for Canadian Highlander sounds kind of interesting, but I'm glad that you are enjoying it. One day, it'll be some time frame, but I'm hoping to get it eventually. Mabogsley, I hope that you are enjoying the stream. It shouldn't be too far away. Minecraft, of course you should follow. I think everyone should. I hope that you guys are enjoying it. Okay. Oh my goodness, there's so many questions happening. Oh, and it's people... Restoration Angel. Ashiok. Ashiok is awesome.
That's a very good one.
I really enjoy
She is definitely underplayed, but that's because blue-black overall is underplayed in Modern.
Mm-hmm.
In Sultai-based decks, she's very good, especially in Control Mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're playing something like Patrick Chapin's Sultai Seasons Pass list that he posted on Monday that I posted to our group chat, that's a valid sideboard card in that. So.
Yeah. What is Highlander? Highlander is a format where it is singleton only, 100-card deck, and our next round is up. So, I'm going to really quickly explain it. Highlander format, 100 cards, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm still relatively new to it, but no card is banned, but some cards have point values to them. And you can only have, I believe, 100 points for each 100 cards in your deck. Correct me again if I'm wrong. It might be 10 points, depending on how they rate it, but... it's either 10 or 100 points for every 100 cards in your deck, and you can have any number above 100. And so then you have things like the really busted cards have a higher point value. So let me know. I think that is correct. Okay. Rex, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Noobatube, that's a funny name. Hello, it's good to see you. And Minecraft World, thank you very much. I'm glad that you enjoy it. We have a lot of fun doing this. We did this about 8 months ago, and I have not once regretted spending 15 to 20 hours a week in this room. Oh my goodness. Oh
So-
man.
Round 3. Against the wall
Okay.
is going to be Derek on his Jund Birds.
Okay.
Just calling it Jund Birds because it had birds. And on the opposite side of him is going to be Eric on Blue Moon.
So we're gonna have Jund versus Blue Moon.
Yep.
This is such a cool matchup. How do you feel about who gets the favor?
It depends on the draws from each deck. I like Blue Moon in the matchup, but Jund can definitely tear apart most any strategy.
Yeah, and I do think that I really feel like Derek probably has a slight edge against this deck because it is a blue-red base deck, and they generally have a bit of an advantage in that kind of situation. But the amount of burn that Eric has access to, he could even take on that role of being the really hyper.
He has 2 main deck angers today.
He has 2 main deck angers as well.
Yep.
Interesting.
So, let's do it.
All right, let's head on down, have some fun. It's time for round 3, and yes, I'll get that timer started. For Minecraft World, how do we start streaming? At the end of this, we'll generally stick around for a little bit and answer some questions. That's a big question that I will happily answer as best as I can. But if you can hold on to it at the end or get in touch with me on Twitter, then I can answer that significantly better. Oh, a feature match at GPLA would be awesome. I'd love to lose to a pro on camera.
You just have to be there for round 4 and be playing a professional player and not have any other big pro players as a matchup.
Yeah,
That's all.
that's
That's
it.
all. That's all you need.
Or that, or come up against like a really favorable matchup. So we will see, but I am pretty excited about that one. But yeah, it's kind of a big question. But the short version of how we got streaming is that we were very lucky to have a very almost perfect storm of the elements needed, and in a willing store owner, someone phenomenally versed in the technical aspect of it. Trying not to like someone who is at least capable of talking constantly.
Yeah.
I think
That is something that you handle very well, TJ. You are able to just talk.
I feel bad speaking to it, but I feel like it has had an effect.
That's why we love you, TJ.
G Lavamancer, I haven't decided yet. Right now, the main contenders are Burn and Affinity. Eric going for a turn 1 Serum Visions off of just a basic island. You will notice a lot of basics in this Blue Moon deck because it is running main board.
Ooh, there's a straw poll of who you think will win. Go answer.
I like straw polls. Those are fun. Okay.
Thing of the Ice is not in Blue Moon, unfortunately.
I
for
talk
you.
constantly good.
Alright, here is a Suspended Ancestral, which is going to be great against Jund.
It's good. It's not as good as people initially thought. And I think that part of it is because of the access to Dark Confidant, which can almost match it in that, ends up being a pretty powerful kind of answer to it. Now,
I think Eric has a Chandra Flamecaller in his hand.
I love Chandra Flamecaller. I am so excited about that. Now, how do I feel about full art lands? I think that they're absolutely beautiful, but I don't actually dislike non-full arts. It, again, falls into the matter of functionality for me. I appreciate beautiful decks. I personally don't hold myself to the standard of building them. That's kind of where I'm at. Okay, so...
And you're gonna send the turn on back to Derek here, it looks like.
What have we...
Ancestral Vision does counter Ensnaring Bridge. You target them, make them draw 3 cards, attack them.
That is brilliant. Abrupt Decay, have you been here long enough that you're making a reference? Alright. Has Abrupt Decay been around long enough to get the
I don't
Upnumbers
know.
reference? Because
maybe he was a lurker for a while?
Ahmad needs to give them the grace, actually, because that's
Because
hilarious. That's really funny. Okay, so Derek heading into his third turn. Eric doing a decent job of keeping it pretty slow at the moment. Doesn't have the blue.
Not
blood
caught
moon.
up over there for some reason.
No, that one froze. I broke it again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why you breaking chat,
I
TJ?
don't know. I don't know.
Oh, man.
I know. So, Derek, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Do I think that Coco or Affinity would be a better meta call? Probably Affinity. I'm sorry, not Affinity. Coco is probably a really good call right now. Oh, Abrupt Decay, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. So, sorry, I'm gonna focus on this a little bit, and then we'll answer a bit more questions after we get a bit more established. Ancestral Visions down to 2 at the moment. Eric on 3 lands. A Blood Moon not coming out yet, but he does have a Burst Lightning, which becomes a nice tool. It's able to remove some creatures, and eventually actually becomes hitting 4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did I? That's awesome. I did pronounce it correctly.
Alright, so I would guess that Eric is going to put the Snapcaster Mage on top and the Ancestral on bottom, which is what he's going to do here. He's got a Steam Vents in his hand as well, so he's going to have his 4th land for the turn.
Mm-hmm. That is definitely a Chandra Flamecaller in his hand.
He does have Chandra.
I'm so excited. Oh, I did break all the internet.
Why you do that?
I don't know. Hold on, I'm gonna get a little bit risky here. Can I open up Explorer?
I don't know.
I don't want to, but
Microsoft Edge is the new Explorer.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Okay.
Explorer does not exist anymore.
Oh, that's kind of cool. And let's try it out. We're going to try getting some other things here. What's a better deal, the Fat Pack or the Toolkit? The Toolkit, probably.
It depends.
Depends on what you're looking for.
Right. Looks like Derek going to the face with a Lightning Bolt.
There's nothing else to hit, and eventually one of these players has to act in the role of the aggressor.
From Avenge.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix the stream.
And Derek's at 18 from Avenge.
Okay, I'm doing some quick adjustments here, and we'll see what we can get. But apparently this one is working, so we're improvising right now.
Alright, well, a Lightning Bolt after a Thrun comes down. Derek is playing main deck Thrun.
That is beautiful, actually. That's some pretty sweet tech. Hits control really well, and can Eric beat that really in the main board very efficiently?
No.
I'm honestly not really sure. That's actually pretty interesting. So, we've got the 4/4. It regenerates. That was kind of any kind of sweeper Eric doesn't have access to. He's running the main board Anger the Gods, but those aren't going to be enough for this particular case.
Thrun is just very, very good against Blue Moon.
Okay. So, a Scavenging is out. Man,
there are no creatures in graveyards, though, so Eric is able to kill this with a Burst Lightning if he would like to.
So, actually, Chandra, if Derek does tap out, Chandra can act as a win. Interestingly enough. We talk about how good she is, and apparently we have got one of the edges right there for us already on display.
So Bolt gonna take out. Okay, so. And Eric takes 4, goes 12. I assume Eric targeted the Lightning Bolt with his Snapcaster Mage.
And likely going to get
eaten. And then Snapcaster Mage gets eaten, Derek goes up 16, but Scavenging Ooze still dies.
Yep. And...
Is that muted?
Yeah, it is. I'm going to try and get our chat up so that we can keep up with it over there at least. Hey, look at that. I'm improvising. We can't do quite all the things, but we can do most of them. Though I just realized that we may need one of our mods to actually be the person to do the giveaway command.
It's possible. Oh, there it is.
Mods, keep your eyes open. We might need your help. Okay, there we go. So, that getting in. Eric in trouble.
He did just draw 3 cards off of an Ancestral Vision.
He did just draw 3 cards. Can't target it with the Burst Lightning, as sweet as that would be. He doesn't have the mana to drop that down. Could try... Here's what I'm thinking.
We'll see if Derek taps out next turn, because he was very quick to tap out on this one.
I think right now we're looking at a... Does he have a Bolt in hand? Correct me. I don't think that
Eric
he does.
has a Burst Lightning.
That's it. I don't think we're going to see a kicked Burst Lightning at Derek, knock him down to 10, and then start racing with the Chandra.
That is a very good...
I think that Derek has... Eric, plan. They're both... the names are so close, but I think that...
I think Derek might be planning on casting a Painful Truth this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch. Eric has a Remand in hand, which he can Remand, and then... No, this is a Vampire Nighthawk.
A Nighthawk?
That was a Vampire Nighthawk.
Interesting, and I think Eric is instead going to go for the Electrolyze.
Electrolyze your face. We could see Thrun die to a Chandra if he would like to. If he has the land.
Well, he does have the green mana right now.
He has 1 green mana. It takes 1 and a green.
Does it really?
Yep.
Interesting.
Thrun takes 2 mana to...
Let's take a look-see. Ooh, man, I lined that up pretty closely for you for a guess. So the Nighthawk, an interesting choice, and you're right. So Eric has the possibility to actually take down a
Your
throne right now.
Chandra, or does he just race?
Let's see it.
Plus it attack you for 6, you go to 6.
But I mean, whatever Derek has in hand becomes problematic.
Yeah.
And
Well, he has a Nighthawk, which we saw.
this is gonna be curious. I'm on.
So.
Oh no! Wait, hold on. Let's see if.
We need to log in.
Okay, we can do that. I think. Nope. I actually don't know the password for
You
it.
don't know how to log in.
No, it always autofills,
Who
man.
knew?
It always autofills.
Alright, so Eric deciding if he wants to -4 this Chandra to kill the Thrun and keep playing the long game since he just drew some cards. Nope, he is going to plus it. We are going to race.
Okay, I like that, and I think possibly it could be that he didn't quite see that line. We're just gonna see 2 of those come in. They're 3-1s.
Beat
I
you
think
for
I
6.
actually have some in the box though.
Are there actually some in there now? Because there haven't been before when I've looked.
Okay.
Alright, so Derek, if he casts the Nighthawk again this turn, Eric has the Burst Lightning he can kick to kill it and then kill Derek on the crackback.
Mm-hmm. So a plus off of that one. Now it forces Derek to at least slow down, and that's definitely a nice spot to be in. Okay, so how many Planeswalkers do I have? How many Planeswalkers do I have? I've got about 75 Tybalts.
So, lots.
Yeah, I've got a decent number. I like them. They're fun for me. Okay. What do we got here?
Alright, so a fetch. Ooh, he's down to 5. If he doesn't get a basic here, if he shocks.
A shock becomes dangerous.
Well, a shock means he's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, he gets a basic swamp.
He's at 5. He's going to have... Because swinging is not an option unless he gets out another blocker. But we haven't seen him really progressing his board state a ton.
Mm-hmm.
I see a Painful Truth. Doesn't want to do that. I think I see a Kolaghan's Man.
Okay, an attack for 4. Looks like it's going
Double.
right at Eric. And
And-
here's a Batter Skull. That's game. That's game. Eric has a Burst Lightning that he can kick. And
Yep. So
should be able to attack with Chandra for the win.
and a Chandra gonna pull out.
Chandra Flame Collar!
That is amazing. K-Markey,
Yeah.
have a fantastic night. We'll look into doing more stuff in the future. I mean, these things are kind of fun for us. So I'll be looking into it, especially when I find out the cost of if it ends up being international. And he goes for the minus.
Goes for a -4. Interesting.
I'm really...
I don't think Eric saw that he had the win there.
Yeah, and I think possibly he may be realizing that now. Because I saw him just looking at his land really quickly, and he might be looking at that
Oh, yeah.
possibility. But he does have the Burst Lightning in hand, so he's pretty close to having the win as it currently sits anyway, because this Chandra is still at a good spot.
Yeah.
So, G Lavamancer, he had the Burst Lightning in hand, so he could actually kick it to deal 4 damage to take down the Batter Skull.
Yeah.
Or the Germ Token.
Yep. Kill the Germ Token, attack for 6.
Kodiak, have a fantastic night. I promise I will send you pictures eventually of what our setup is to improve the lighting. We will get there.
Yeah, this fluorescent light, it's lovely.
Oh, man.
It's my favorite.
Right?
Alright, Eric just passing the turn.
Now, he does have a Painful Truth. That's a bad spot to be in. And
Yeah,
I
you
think
don't want to cast Painful Truths here.
I like Eric being conservative with it for now, because now it is Derek's game. If he makes the mistake of just taking any amount of damage, he's out.
Yep.
And then we get
And
a game 1 win.
he can plus Chandra next turn and still attack. And that's still very, very good for him. So
And Chandra being able to take down that throne was very, very
that was
cool.
very powerful. Alright, here is a Kolaghan's command. Deal 2 to you, make you discard a card.
And-
Eric's got some extra lands. I think he's fine with this.
Maybe gonna go back and get his throne, actually. It's a possibility. Or he might go for a Scavenging Ooze to gain some life. Now that there's... I guess there's not many creatures in the graveyard still. But
Gonna
looks
take
like...
down Chandra
And getting
and
his
gets
throne.
back Thrun.
Interesting.
Alright, so
Just
here's
want
the
to have
Scavenging Ooze.
more time on stream.
With no lands. Alright, so here's a Burst Lightning kick. Oh, no, just 2 damage to your face. Take you to 3. And I think Eric has Snap Burst Lightning.
Game time, it will be pretty shortly, actually. It'll be
Taps.
in a little bit, but fairly soon.
And here is Snapcaster Mage, target Burst Lightning kicked your face. There we go. So that's the win.
So,
So we are on to game 2. Blue Moon taking down game 1 in a very, very close race. So, beating a Thrun that was resolved on turn 4.
right. Seems pretty good.
Yeah.
Feels pretty good.
Feels good, man. Feels good.
Okay. Man, also when you go out, if you can see if you can get the password for Dylan, if he remembers it.
Okay.
That would be helpful.
I will find out if he knows.
We are nailing it. So high-tech right now. All the time. Okay.
The most high-techist.
Right, now while they're sideboarding, hello everybody. Thank you for joining. I hope that you are enjoying the show. We do this stream 4 times a week. So, all these times are Pacific Daylight Time. It's currently 9:10 p.m. here. So, every Monday at 6:30 we stream Standard. That's a new one. We've only done it for 2 weeks. We're testing it out for about another maybe month and a week, something like that, before we decide whether or not we're going to continue it or not continue it. But we'll be looking into... We're doing Standard on Mondays. Secondly, every Wednesday and Saturday we stream Modern. So check us out on Saturday as well. 7 o'clock on Wednesdays, 6 o'clock on Saturdays. On Fridays, we stream Legacy. To all the Legacy players out there, we stream Legacy Fridays at 7:30. Yes, 7:30. Those are the 4 streams that we do every single week, though. Actually, we might end up taking a week off for GPLA since a lot of us are going to be down there.
It's going to be a big weekend.
A lot of us are going to be down there, so we may not be streaming that weekend. I am talking to some other people to see if they might come up with something to do. Fragtality, stick around. We're doing a giveaway in just a little bit for that playmatch.
Very close, very close.
We got to the 600, and that was absolutely incredible. Blew me away that we got to that point.
Blew you away?
And opening a Tropical Island and a Lightning Bolt out of that sealed revised starter pack.
The Lightning Bolt was more important to you, right?
The Lightning Bolt was more important to me. David said I could keep it. But that was actually very cool to see. So, we have got Eric with the win. Let me mark that one down. Jund going to be starting off. Some hand disruption from Jund on that turn 1 is going to be pretty impactful in this one. I know! The Bolt is so cool.
What do you mean C+? That was a perfect pun.
It was decent. It was...
Okay, fine. fine. C+ it is.
A C+ is pretty good. That's a passing grade.
D
but...
is for diploma.
Oh my goodness. Does anyone play Restore Balance from Lumpy Gravy? Not in the store at the moment. I could always try and convince someone down the line to try it. I mean, I could try it, but I'm not really sure if I'll be able to convince them.
Land.
Yeah, it was super cool that we got that one. I had a lot of fun with that.
Cool.
But it was a lot of fun. We are going to be doing the playmat, which Joe is going to draw on and send to someone. We had him on camera last round. We're going to be able to do that. It's going to be pretty cool. Did I eat a Tibble yet? Not yet.
Not yet.
I will be eating a Tybalt off stream so that I can actually make a nice dinner to myself and do all kinds of things there.
He's gonna treat this Tybalt right.
Minecraft World, how did I advertise what?
The stream?
Possibly the stream?
I would guess it's the stream.
Okay.
Reddit, Twitter, just streaming in general.
Yeah, and actually that's a conversation that we can have at the end too, because that actually was a significant part of it as well.
We are into the game, so.
A Bloodstained Mire coming out. How are we picking in the person in the chat? Well, all of my ways to actually interact with the chat have been shut down, so one of my mods will be helping me out, is how it will be happening.
Alright, so a fetch line for both players for their turn 1s. Looks like Derek is going to fetch at the end of Eric's turn here.
So, going down to 19, probably not going for a Shockland at this point, but I would like to see Derek go for some hand disruption in this one. If he doesn't have it...
I'm surprised Eric didn't suspend the vision on turn 1. I think he wants to keep up the spell snare that's in his hand.
Yeah, and because he has a hard time answering a Tarmogoyf, because it's outside the range of a lot of his burn. So, I think that he might be waiting for that, and also being able to take down something like a Dark Confidant would be really impactful in this matchup as well.
Absolutely.
No, I can see the chat. I just can't interact with it. Luckily, I've got some really awesome mods in there. Cynical Cyanide, I have tested it in the main board, not in the sideboard. Overall, I'm not thrilled with it. It feels too slow.
Here's
4 mana's a lot.
scavenging news. I would guess that Eric is going to spell snare this very quickly.
I have the feeling that you are 100% correct. And that's going to be a really nice play, because this...
To some, he probably wants to get AA's defense here.
And the Scavenging Ooze does a lot more than really gain Derek life. That's not its primary function in this matchup.
It disrupts. Snapcaster Mage.
It takes down the Snapcaster Mage. And that's the biggest thing that we have. Because Eric gains a huge amount of value off of that. Now, going for the Shockland here, taking it down the Spell Snare, if Eric is able, I don't think I saw a Blood Moon in his hand, but if he can get into one of those, he can take down Derek pretty nicely.
Oh yeah, Blood Moon is usually pretty good game against Jund decks in general.
Mm-hmm.
Derek with he has basic forest, so he would have access to green still, but without a swamp, Derek is going to be pretty out of luck.
Yeah. So it'll be curious to see how Derek possibly fetches in the future. I think one Wooded Foothills, and the way that he approaches that one is going to be interesting.
Ancestral Vision on suspend. So again, going to be a very powerful card to keep Eric in the game going into the late game.
But we do have a Snapcaster Mage, a Bolt, an Anger of the Gods, an Electrolyze, and what appears to be an Island in hand. So Eric's got a pretty solid hand at the moment, removal-wise, and he can actually even just start applying some pressure to Derek down the line.
Absolutely. So here's a Wooded Foothills from Derek.
And if he goes for the basic, now he can't go for the basic Swamp, actually, with this land. So he's stuck in a position of having to go for another duel, and right now Eric doesn't have the Blood Moon, so he's safe theoretically. But all it takes is Eric getting one good draw, and Derek is going to be in a huge amount of trouble in this game too.
He goes and gets a non-basic land, so... I think he has a Kolaghan's Command that he's going to just cast this turn.
And get back the Scavenging Ooze?
Nope, that's a Vampire Nighthawk.
And that's such an interesting choice.
That's going to die to a Lightning Bolt.
It's such an interesting
why it doesn't
choice.
see play.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
Trade
what
your
we
3
just
mana for
saw
my 1 mana.
was exactly why Nighthawk, while it's so good, is problematic in Modern. That 3 toughness is a huge liability when it doesn't do anything when it hits the board. Because you see a lot of other 3-drops that have kind of an incidental value, things like that, but it's a fantastic card. Now, if you find yourself in a Bolt Light meta, it can do a lot. Death Touch, Flying, and Lifelink are pretty good abilities.
So here's a Thoughtseize in Derek's hand now. A little late for that. Wasn't able to pull the Bolt or the Spell Snare away from Eric.
We
But
do have a
we'll be able to
Thoughtseize.
take either the Snapcaster Mage or the Electrolyze, depending on what Derek is most concerned about.
He's likely going to be taking the... I would take the Snapcaster Mage, personally.
If I'm Eric here, I would probably actually just flash in Snapcaster Mage, give Bolt flashback, and let him take Electrolyze.
Slim Shady, are we actually near the top? My entire web browser has pretty much been shut down, so I can't really tell. You know what?
He may have targeted Spell Snare to counter a follow-up spell from Derek here.
Okay, and it turns out we're number 2 on Twitch right now. That's pretty cool. Right. And to Luke, for the Bolt Light meta, that's kind of why it doesn't see much play, because you won't see one.
The Anger of the Gods. Interesting. Second behind Drunk Gabby. That's fair.
That's pretty reasonable. Actually,
I'll accept it.
When I get a Twitch stream that's actually just from the house, that might occasionally. I'm looking into whether or not I want to do that. We don't have a sub button suit. We are looking into it down the line, actually. Getting the sub button. I'm starting to investigate it. We've been getting enough people doing the following and things like that I'm feeling more encouraged and able to actually go for that Twitch partnership. So the application might be coming pretty shortly.
Is that a short joke? It's okay, I'm not short anymore, so.
Okay, so Eric getting close to it. Another 2, it's actually a pretty decent ways away. That Ancestral Visions, the 4 turns can just feel like forever.
It takes a very long time. But Eric, sitting with an Electrolyze in his hand, is a pretty good feeling.
Yeah, and looking down the Lightning Bolt in Derek's hand. Now, as for why he's not running Kitchen Finks, what we've seen is Birds of Paradise over something like a Noble Hierarch. We could be seing Vampire Nighthawk over something like a Kitchen Finks.
All right.
So
I assume that this Electrolyze and Burst Lightning are going to clean that
up. You would expect so.
Burst Lightning it for 2, Electrolyze it for 1, and you 1.
Yeah.
1/1, take you to 13. I will draw a card.
Ooh, and what do we get off of the draw? Minecraft World, I'm assuming that you did need to.
I believe it was a Spreading Seas.
Ooh.
So Spreading Seas can be able to lock down that Raging Ravine, so it's not a problem for Eric anymore.
Yeah, you take down that.
If he also has a Blood Moon, he could Blood Moon and then take out the forest.
Yes.
Which is just fantastic.
McPatches, good job on...
Eric does go for the forest. He goes for the basic forest. That's beautiful.
That is a bold move, honestly, and I think Eric is playing
He has his second Spreading Seas, that's why. I'll take out your other red source.
And actually, I'm surprised he didn't go for the Raging Ravine there.
I would have gone for the Raging Ravine.
I think that Eric got a little bit hasty there.
Yep.
So a lightning
Bolt your
bolt's
face.
taking him down, and Eric down to 11, heading into Derek's turn. But the one thing to note is that it does cut him off of the double black for Kalidas, and that might be a consideration. But we got a Birds of Paradise actually for Derek here.
However, something for Eric to possibly play around from Derek. Derek is 1 blue mana away from Cryptic Command mana.
That's true. That's a good point. This is getting back to like back in Alara.
Preparing my ultimatum mana.
Right?
Just play 5 colors with Cruel Ultimatum, because that's fine.
Also, I'm really pleased. I put a great picture of myself onto Twitter today. If you didn't see it, I had so much fun.
Lightning bolts your face. You may get back your scavenging juice.
Oh, that's lame. I had a great picture of myself for my tweet announcing the stream today. Who would I rather win?
I gotta vote for Eric. He's my brother.
They're brothers.
I have to. It's a whole sibling thing. You know?
Right. The big thing for me is they're both playing red. I don't have a huge personal preference. However, one of the decks is playing Chandra. But I'm certainly not convinced either way. I think Jund might get my favorite for being a value, even though I prefer playing Blue Moon more, actually. Thank you. Dora likes my Twitter picture. It's a great one, actually. I think I prefer playing Moon. My favorite in this one is Jund because I think it has the advantage. So if I were to bet on one of them...
So, see, the thing is, we say that Jund has the advantage because Blue Moon has a problem dealing with Goyfs. We have not seen a Tarmogoyf from Derek yet. I don't know if he has them.
And that's a really reasonable point, is that while it has the name Jund, sometimes, we've seen some of these choices for budgetary reasons, and that's really reasonable. Let's not get out of the realm of, building a deck at an early point and building up to the fully built one is a good way to go about it, because you learn a lot of the lines of the deck.
Birds of Paradise.
And using some replacement Tarmogoyfs, while they're not ideal, technically you can replace any card, and it's just not quite as good. So I think we're about to see the Spell Snare go for this one.
It's very, very possible Spell Snare. Yep. There is Spell Snare. Stop that scavenging news. Get it out of here.
Yeah, but I think that you're correct in that not seeing these Tarmogoyfs is probably giving Blue Moon the advantage. What 2 colors are my favorite? It would be red.
Down to 9.
So Electrolyze taking that one down, knocking him down to 9, and drawing him into a
And
card.
then an attack for 2 is going to probably take Derek down to 7.
And, I want to say that we're still a Blood Moon away from locking out the game, but I'm not even sure if we need the Blood Moon, and that's disappointing to me.
Land, I think that he's probably going to fetch for a basic island here and cast Serum Visions, and that way he will still have Electrolyze up.
Mm-hmm. Were you able to see the picture? Oh, that's the wrong...
That's the wrong one.
That's the wrong tweet, Namachili.
That's the wrong one.
Oh, that was Namachili. That was Doro.
Doro.
Doro. Wrong one. Nah, that's a good one, too. Okay. While I agree that you cannot fully replace them, you can get it to get close. But
Eric will
I
probably leave the Burst Lightning and Remand on top of his deck here.
that seems pretty reasonable. Just to keep drawing cards, because he's at the advantageous position right now. So Remand is pretty decent for just keeping it, because you're able to delay them, keep your advantage,
Huntmaster.
draw into a card.
Sure. Puts Derek up to 9.
And, of the cards that he wanted to draw there, that was one of them.
Yeah, Huntmaster is very, very good here.
It gets around some of the one-for-oneing that Eric is able to do. He doesn't... even the Electrolyze, which can be a 2-for-1, doesn't do much.
Pack for 2/2 wolves. Are there 2/2 wolves in here?
Actually, I believe that there are.
Somewhere.
Avada, what are Eric's win conditions? Snap Bolt is a big one.
He has Chandra.
Chandra Flamecaller, another big one.
He sided in Keranos. I saw it when he was fetching.
Okay, and the other one that I would actually toss out is if he kept Vidalcan Shackles, is actually another one.
Eric does not have Vidalcan Shackles in the deck. He cut those to move the 2 main deck Angers in.
Right, let's see here. Can I do this?
Oh boy.
Oh man, show card. Ah!
Nope.
That was fun. Alright, I got to have my fun there.
He does also have Pina and Kieran on the island.
Yes, the mom and pop Thopter shop is also an excellent tool in that situation.
So Electrolyze took out the Huntmaster. I would guess that we're going to see a Burst Lightning take out this Wolf, and Eric's going to attack it.
Mm-hmm.
Back down to 7, Derek goes.
And in a pretty nice position. Ooh, you okay there?
Yeah, no, I've just been having this cough.
Okay.
It's annoying.
But,
He does have Pia and Kieran. He's got 2 of them, I believe.
A
And
remand?
Here's a remand for the Huntmaster.
ooh, for the
Oof.
second Huntmaster.
Oof.
The second
Ouch.
Huntmaster is huge. And I'm actually, like, Derek going Huntmaster into Huntmaster, if there wasn't that, that's fantastic. So, oh, that's a good point. So you dropping some pretty serious flavor here.
They can see her all grown up.
They get to see the flame caller
Tearing up.
doing work. Minecraft World, have a fantastic evening. I look forward to seeing you next time in the chat. We do it 4 times a week, so hopefully it won't be long. Though, I won't be here until next Monday. I
He
believe.
does not have any Wandering Fumarals, so...
He really heavy on the basics in this deck.
Yep.
So another Ancestral Vision's coming down. That's going to be pretty nice 4 turns down the line. I'm not expecting the game to go that
2
long.
down to 5. Eric only has a Spell Snare, though, and so this Huntmaster is going to land.
Okay, so it's actually going to buy him some time. So it's an interesting little insurance policy, that Ancestral Visions. But, Eric, you know, we might get to see him try. So,
Alright, so here's the Huntmaster. You're going to bring Derek back up to 7, and come back with another Wolf.
and Eric being at 9 is actually almost a dangerous position to be at this point, because if he only has a counterspell in hand, that Ravager could be flipping.
That Ravager is about to flip.
What did we see there? Was that a land?
He did draw an island, yeah.
So, we might actually see Derek take this game.
I think Eric is most likely going to attack for 2 here.
Right?
However, Derek can now activate Raging Ravine.
And yeah, I'm pretty sure that Eric loses here.
Yep, I think Eric has lost this game because of that Huntmaster.
I mean, we even get to see...
Here's the attack for 2. I would guess the Wolf jumps in front here.
what days do we stream? The schedule's down below us, but Mondays, 6:30 Pacific Daylight Time, Wednesdays, 7 o'clock Pacific Daylight Time, Fridays, 7:30, and Saturdays, 6. Again, all the same time there.
Alright, so Huntmaster flip, deal 2 to you, take you down to 7.
And if we do see this Raging Ravine get activated, that's
See
going
if
to be
he
the win.
decides to activate it to Rumble.
So if he notices that one, and I think we do. Yep. Oh, no. Oh.
Yes, second Raging Ravine.
Okay, there was one
There
way
we
to the
go.
side. I didn't even know that one was even on the battlefield.
Alright, so we are on to game 3.
Yep. So John taking it down there, and there were some interesting plays by Eric in that one. But I think possibly what was the play that we saw? I'm forgetting it at the moment.
Which one? What?
You know.
which
I
one?
think possibly it ended up not being too impactful, but I would have liked to see the Spreading Seas end up taking down the Raging Ravine.
Yeah, Spreading Seas on Raging Ravine would probably have been better. Because he put it on a stomping ground, you're just taking out the same kind of land.
Troll land off the camera. Oh, and also smiley faces. Good to see all of your smiling faces in the chat. I've got jokes. Yes, I do. I've got jokes.
How about you?
Ugh. So, Life is Bowling. This is starting to look like it might be a budget jump deck.
And it looks like Budget John, which is fine.
Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. He's got some of the core pieces. He's missing
I do believe
others.
he has Lilianas, because I saw them when he was showing me the deck earlier, when I tried to find out what he was playing, so I would know.
Okay, so there are some Lilianas in there. Basically, Light on the Tarmogoyfs is something that we have noticed, and I think that might be the biggest thing. And it does matter.
Yep.
But-
Goyf is one of the main reasons to play a Jund type deck.
Okay. Hold on. You don't smile because I want you to smile because you know that I care about... What? I'm sure that makes sense. I'm sure it does. So, we're heading into a game 3. Now, Eric is going to be on the play. I really, really want to see the Blood Moon come down because that is such a house against this deck.
Blood Moon is very important.
Derek has been... I don't think that he's been respecting the Blood Moon as much as
He's
he
been a little bit
could.
cavalier with his fetches.
So, I think part of it, but you know, he had a really solid hand in that situation, so I don't disagree with him keeping that one. It's just unfortunate that he hasn't seen it yet. I think he's at 3 in the main and 1 in the sideboard, so he's likely at the 4 Blood Moons right now. That's going to be a really solid one. 2, we are in Snohomish, Washington, in the Pacific Northwest of the U.S. It is all kinds of fun. And also, Zebezik, you should be getting the answer very shortly. It's possible that you asked that right as I was answering it, so we should be getting that one. But there's 3 in the main, 1 in the side. So a total of 4.
Should be 4 in the main.
Oh, is he actually on 4
I
in the main?
believe he's on 4 in the main.
Oh, he was doing the 3-1 for a little bit, wasn't he?
He may have switched it up. I haven't. Actually, he sent me his most recent list. Let's find out.
Okay. Let's see. And there we go. Sorry, I gotta respond to one of my mods here.
We're both on our phones. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, that felt rude. It's just like at a game. But we should
yeah, he
be,
is back to 4 Blood Moon in the main.
Okay, he is at 4 Blood Moon in the main, and we should be able to get that one. If you road trip up the coast, I would love. By the way, anybody who ever finds themselves in the Washington area, in the Snohomish area, I would love to see people just come hang out. Do we allow non-geeks to come and play? Absolutely. We are all about it. We try to be a very welcoming store. I'd love to have people come in and play with us sometime or just come and hang out. That'd be super cool. I've had the opportunity to meet about 10 people from the stream since we've started doing this, and every single one of them has been extremely rewarding for me. So it's really cool. If any of you are ever in the area, I'd love to meet you. Coordinate with me through Twitter to make sure that I can stop by and make sure that I'm here. So that is going to be all kinds of fun. Whew, man.
It's very, very likely that there is a giveaway after this game.
There's a chance. There is a chance. There's a decent chance. Kayle 3, do it. That'd be awesome. Man, meeting people is so much fun. I honestly love it. I'm super, super excited for GPLA. Again, if you are going to be at GPLA, I will be tweeting out pictures of what I like myself and where I am. Find me. Let's talk. Let's have some fun. It's going to be excellent. Let's see here. As for that,
We are on to the game.
yeah.
So Mr. Rainforest from Eric.
And
Looks like both players on a mulligan.
yeah, and doesn't look like I don't think that he's running Batterskull, is he? I may just be missing that card, but it looked almost like a Batterskull art, that one at the far left.
who?
The second from the far left.
Eric?
Yeah.
He does have a Batterskull.
Okay, so I think he might have the Batterskull in his hand at the moment.
Which is fine. It's a fine card.
Yep, okay, so he does...
Batterskull, Anger, 3 lands.
That's, I don't know how I feel about that hand.
It's dangerous, especially with this thoughts he's going to come down, take that Batterskull away.
I am expecting it to. Okay. So, Derek, gonna go down to 17 for that. Now, going for some of the basics, whether or not that's purposeful or just trying to save some life at the moment. But goes for that one. It's probably better than going down to 15 on your turn 2. And this is going to be a pretty telling thing for, Eric is going to get a lot of information off of this.
Yep.
So...
Looks like Extirpate, Bolt, Colligan's Command, and an artifact of some sort in Derek's hand.
Glimpsing Unthinkably, maybe one day.
Is it a Torpor Orb?
A Torpor would be
I think
interesting.
Derek has a Torpor Orb in his hand.
So, the reasons why he would take the Batterskull is... honestly, I think the Batterskull is better against his deck. Mm-hmm. So that would be one of my first consideration. And that is his consideration. The only reason why I would take Anger of the Gods is if I have a hand that is particularly Birds of Paradise, Dark Confidant, Scavenging Ooze, that realm of hand, and if that's all that I have to work with this game, then I might find myself leaning towards that direction. If I feel that I have the ability, if I have the Kolaghan's Command in hand, then I'm probably going to take down that, give myself another 3 wide open turns to develop my board, and then I get the opportunity to do a Kolaghan's Command on that Batterskull, which is not a bad place to be in. Now, the Extirpate is an interesting choice, probably just looking to take down a Blood Moon, is my assumption. Maybe go for a Lightning Bolt as well.
So Eric drew a Remand for the turn, which is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Lightning Bolt your face. Sure. I'll go to 16. That's fine.
Okay.
All right, so Derek did hit another land here.
Gaimon Tags, please tell me that your actual navigation tells you that you were 1 minute less than a complete day. That would be an incredible coincidence.
Snogomish. That's a weird place. We're in Snohomish.
Okay, so Extirpate the Misty would be an interesting choice, and he would actually have some success with it because he knows what's in the hand. So it might actually take some value. It would keep him from casting some other things, but I'm not sure if...
Well, here's 2 mana and a Torpor Orb. Eric's just gonna remand this.
Yeah, and that only hits the Snapcaster Mage. And while
Yeah,
that's...
it hits Pia and Kieran.
Oh, you're right. It does hit P and Kieran.
And Eric draws Pia and Kieran just in time. He's gonna be able to play that out before Torpor Orb lands.
Ooh,
Whew.
the timing on that one.
Whew.
So, we go in at 16 at the moment, and actually going to be going down. Let's see if we see a shock as well. Looks like we are getting a shock. It needs to get the double red, so...
Yep, he's
Oh, and
gonna
it's
have
with
shock,
a Misty,
though.
so it definitely
Yep.
has to. Skycomish is close to us. Kazurk, maybe one day.
4 mana.
Maybe one day.
I'm gonna play this Pia and Kieran before you're able to get that blood moon down.
I'd love to meet
Or
all
that
of you one
Torpor
day.
Orb.
Okay. So the Torpor Orb looking a lot less good suddenly. I mean, there is the possibility of those Snapcaster Mages, which you can do decently
Now
against.
he does have Swamp Forest, so he's got all of his colors in case of a blood moon.
Mm-hmm. But we don't have an Abrupt Decay in hand that I'm able to see currently.
Yep.
So I think we're going to go for that Torpor
Here's
Orb
the Torpor Orb again. Most likely.
again. After it gets remanded and a P and Kieran Nalar comes down. That is just super unfortunate. Otherwise, we have a Bolt and an Extirpate. And I think just trying to keep up the mana
You got it,
for
Torpor.
both of those. Now, Peter brings up a very interesting point, which is that if Derek runs into one of his Huntmasters, that's going to be pretty problematic.
Yeah.
Going for a Bolt, I think at the P and Kieran Nalar, and then
Sure
we're
thing.
going to see the Extirpate on it, you think?
Extirpate Pia and Kieran? It's
I see.
pretty low value.
And it's only maybe a 2 of in the deck?
It's a 2-of. Yeah.
Okay. But whether or
So
not
you'd be able to
Derek
get
knows
one
that.
in there. Ooh, Engineered Explosives.
That's
To
decent.
draw for Eric. So he's able to play his last Misty before any Misties get extirpated.
Mm-hmm.
And an attack for 2. And I think Eric's probably just going to pass turn here.
Yeah, he doesn't need a whole lot. Now he's able to just go for the Electrolyze game plan, see what he draws into. And he can be patient right now, because he's the one applying pressure as it currently sits. Yes, he's at 13, and Derek's at 15.
Alright, here comes the Extirpate. What is it going to hit?
And this should be interesting. Top on my upkeep, anybody with an Eldrazi list. I don't think today, but I do believe that Logan is currently working on building it, actually. But the one that was kind of the Scrabbling Claws processor Eldrazi, which I'm pretty excited about.
Yep. It has split second, Eric.
So...
It happens.
And we are getting revealed.
It's the Remand. Eric only plays 3 Remands.
That's an
so-
interesting choice, actually. Okay. I love Freewind
Does
Red.
he have a Tarkus command in his hand?
I believe I did see... That's definitely no Tarkus command.
What?
Maybe to counter the any kind of life gain? Is
Maybe.
maybe and acting as another bolt, but that's a pretty interesting choice there. Lumpy Gravy, maybe... I mean, coordinate first, but apparently we are looking at possibly the coolest card pool ever. Did I just see a Blood Moon in Derek's deck?
No, this is Eric's deck that he's
Oh, he's... Okay. I don't know why I immediately was like,
Never
he's
bring in Blood
fetching.
Moon against Blue Moon. It's
I-
just a bad point.
Oh
bad,
my
bad thing to
goodness.
do.
I don't know what I thought there, but all of a sudden I just see Derek flicking through a deck, and I see the red card.
You're like,
And-
what?
Oh man, that threw me off for a loop. I look away for one moment, and I blow my mind when I look back. Okay, so no more remands. Now that doesn't seem like a really high value card in this matchup. I mean, it's good. Don't get me wrong. But of all the things in that graveyard, I'm not sure if that's the one that I would have gone for. But there's not a whole lot of other options. I mean, he has the Serum Visions in there, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
So I would almost think like the Serum Visions might be a better one against something like Jund, which has the hand disruption. But even still, I may have just wanted to wait a little bit
Here
for
comes.
that. Okay, so a swing in for 4, and while I said that one of these players is the aggressor, I spoke too soon. Because that's going to
Yep.
be a pretty decent clock. And Eric, with the Electrolyze, not going for it at the end of turn, ends up drawing, and I think he may have made. I
You may
think you may have
regret that.
forgotten that.
I think you want to electrolyze there. You're trying to draw into something.
Yeah.
A bolt to be able to bolt and block.
So I think we actually, I'll be curious. What he does have the capability of doing, we could actually see him go for the electrolyze, just to attempt drawing into the Blood Moon.
Something, yep.
But we didn't end up going for that. But I actually would have liked to see something like that because he could even draw into the second Piankir Nalar, which would be huge.
Well, it'd be a 2/2. Be a 4-mana 2/2.
Sorry, it would be a big point swing if we're getting it nitpicky. Oh man.
Alright, here's an electrolyze going at the face. Eric's gonna untap.
And did you see what we got to draw?
A Spreading Seas or a Blood Moon. That's an Ancestral. That doesn't help. He
No.
drew a Snapcaster Mage.
Okay, and he can put down this EE to take down the Torpor Orb, and then try to use the Snapcaster to some good use.
You can also just use Snapcaster as a blocker.
Could also just use Snapcaster as a blocker in a pinch.
But I would guess that this is going to be an Engineered Explosives on 2 to be able to blow up the Torpor Orb and allow his Snapcaster to be online.
Yeah, but at that point, I mean, he has access to... He doesn't have access to a whole lot, actually. So I think right now we're just going to see a Thopter try and get in the way of that Raging Ravine, and then we might see Eric just go for the activation on that to make sure that he gets active next turn.
Mm-hmm.
But not a whole lot of great things happening there, and pretty soon that's going to be too big, so he needs either the Blood Moon or the Spreading Seas right now. Okay. So now is
Boom.
I mean, Eric is running out of
I
time.
don't know why he's not. There's a Blood Moon.
Ooh, that
Fetch
is
for a couple of
choice.
basic islands.
That is really choice, and especially right now, Derek doesn't. I mean, he's gonna have to.
Eric, fetch for a couple of basic islands before you cast that. What are you doing?
I
are
think
you
he actually
doing?
wants to. He might just.
He wants
want
red
to-
sources.
Possibly, he's got
He
the
can
anger
fetch
to
for
go
a mountain. He can fetch for a mountain and an island. Oh my gosh! Now
He's allowed to get frustrated with them. They're brothers. Personally, I think that there was a reason behind it, but
I don't think so. I think he's not playing. I think he's not playing to the utmost of his ability.
Eric, actually, with 4 mountains and 2 islands at the moment, or four. Yeah, did I say that right? I did. 4 mountains and 2 islands.
There's
Personally,
Bird's
it's what I
Paradise.
prefer. But Eric in an interesting situation and not going for those fetches right now.
He's not going to be able to Cryptic Command.
Nope. Though he'll likely draw the island because, that's just how it goes. No, gets
There's
the
Burst
Burst
Lightning.
And
He's able to Snapcaster Mage, Electrolyze, take out the birds, and draw a card. So
And we get the Electrolyze.
Yep.
1 and 1. Goes for that. Woo! That is going to be pretty nice. And do you think we'll see the land that he's looking for here? So, going for that one. Knowing how
So
this
draw
works.
an island.
This is Billion Bolts Donaldson. Of course we're going to see him draw the island.
He drew a bolt.
Of course.
What else would it be?
Billion Bolt Donaldson earns his name.
Alright, well.
Every time.
Derek has double Atarka's command.
I mean, that's not bad.
But Eric has Derek dead. Because he's got Burst Lightning, Lightning Bolt, and Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah, we're going to see a bolt to knock him down to 6. The Atarka's command unable to hit that one. So Eric has got the win
Eric
here.
should have the win here.
Ugh. And Derek can only cast actually one of his Atarka's commands.
Atarka's command. Sure.
I mean,
I will take 3.
so
Down to 6 I go.
yep. And see, that's why he didn't fetch. Really, he was going for the long game there.
Sure.
He had a game plan.
That's why. Eric was thinking about that. Eric was thinking about Atarka's command, guys.
No, he was thinking about the bolt at the end of turn
Bolt in
into
face.
Burst Lightning.
Untap. Attacking for 2.
And there we go.
And he drew attacking for 2. All
G
right.
Lavamancer, that actually might
Burst
be
Lightning. Kill your face.
that might be the best flavor
is it.
for that card that I've ever
All
seen.
right.
Okay, can you
I'm
go
gonna
get
go
me
grab Joe.
Go get me Joe. Doro, are you at the ready? I hope that you are at the ready because let's see. Hold on, I'm gonna put out a quick tweet here. And let's see. I'm just gonna put out one that says it's time now, Joe.
So,
Let's go back to the booth and it is time to do something that you have been looking forward to for some time. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, how this is going to work, let's go back up. How this is going to work. We have got one of the mods, the first person who confirms with me that they are at the ready, we are going to be putting in a key phrase. After that command gets put in there, wait until you see it in the chat. You are going to want to type that keyword. That's it. Enter in the keyword, and then we will pick a winner after... What kind of time frame are we looking at here? Maybe 2 minutes? Does that seem reasonable? Mods tossing something like that. But let's do 2 minutes, something like that, to give people a chance to get it in. And then we pick a random person who put that in there, and you are going to take 6 words from them in a private message. We're going to take their information so that we can mail it to them. I know, I need one of my mods to confirm that they're ready to go. And then you are going to basically take your interpretation of those 6 words, draw it.
Yep.
I think I'm going to try and get a fabric Sharpie. Good. Doro is at the ready. So do you have one? It's nothing too complicated.
Nothing too complicated.
Nothing too complicated. They have to be able to type it in.
All right.
So, what do we got?
Just go to something nice and simple. Blood Artist.
Oh, that's a good one, because you're making the playback.
Yeah, because that's the deck I'm playing tonight.
Alright, so, Doro, once you see Doro's command go up, once you see it, that is what you're going to want to put in. So, wait for that, go for it, and then we are going to do 2 minutes so that the people who might be on something like that... Not quite yet. Not quite yet. You gotta wait until the command.
Oh, man.
You know what?
Chat is excited for this.
I know. And, there we go. Now the giveaway started.
All
now
right.
fire it away. We have got 2 minutes, and I can't type in this. I keep forgetting. I'm going to reset the timer to 2 minutes right now. Alright, let's see it and have some fun.
Oh, man. I'm really excited about this.
I hope you are. I'm excited. We're going to take requests.
And another dude 3, just want to make a quick note. You have it misspelled, make sure you're actually entered.
True, it does have to be...
And Travis8427 with a space.
Same to Lumpy Gravy.
Yeah.
It does have to be spelled correctly.
Yeah, because I saw there was one without a T at the end. A couple people in here have it with no space. Blood Space Artist. You know, want everyone to actually get entered who's entering now.
Look at all these people.
Oh, man.
Are you excited?
I'm really excited. Like, it's...
Horcruxed Heart, that's a pretty awesome name, actually. Sulaport Cutthroat.
Yeah. Oh, dang.
Anyone want to cast a Languish right now?
Oh, I actually got a game, like, in my last round. Dude has a Batter Skull out. He's at 4, gets it down, starts swinging, gets himself back up to 12. And I have 5 creatures in play, including a Blood Artist and a Cutthroat. And he's like, okay, I'm about to get overwhelmed here. My out is Wrath of God. Because one of them's a Cutthroat and not a Blood Artist. He survives at 1 life.
As a quick note,
It was great.
what do you win? A playmat which Joe will be drawing for you by hand. We'll ship it to you. We're willing to do international based on 6 words that you give us in a private message.
Yep, so we have a big blank white playmat. The winner of this is going to private message us 6 words, and I'm going to do that, like, interpret that however I want, and draw on a playmat and ship it to you.
Also, a quick note, I'm seeing a lot of the people who have been lurkers in the past showing up, so that's pretty exciting. I hope that you're all enjoying the show. It's good to see your names, at least, because I don't get to see them very
awesome
often.
to see, like, how many people there are in the chat as they all come out for this.
All right, and we should be
Worthy
getting it.
Disciple of the Vault, I like it.
And we should be getting that word from Doro pretty shortly.
Awesome.
We're about to see who it is.
And it sounds like we're about to start the next round, so...
And what have we got?
Oh, I want to see who wins.
Ah, man. So,
And,
there's anticipation right now.
oh, I do not have, like, places to look at my art. I'm not good. I'm just gonna, like, draw someone a custom scribbled on playmat. I do not promise the quality.
Your quality of tokens has been good in the past, though.
Yeah, I can do okay. I post on my Twitter every now and then. Like, my Woodland Bellower tokens I made. Those are hand-drawn by me.
All right. Oh. And we are about to get it.
Ooh, all right.
So,
And I'm going to have to dash out and go play as soon as we have the winner.
Horcrux Heart, you are
Ooh.
the winner.
Awesome.
Dude, word.
All right, so congratulations. And then I need to run off and play my next round. So,
We'll let you know.
yeah, I will get this after the
That's
event
a
is
pretty
over
great
and
name.
take it home and start work on the playmat. Congrats again.
Horcrux, get in touch with me. Twitter is preferred. Otherwise, right now we're having some problems with this. So if you can get in touch with us, either do it through Twitter or on the Geek Fortress Facebook page. There is a Geek
You're
Fortress
local?
Facebook page. Are you local?
Nice.
Oh, that's actually really awesome. So get in touch with me on the Geek Fortress page as well. You get in touch with me one way or another. I'll get it to Joe. We'll make it happen. So
Absolutely.
what have we got for
We've got
our round
against
4?
the wall. We've got 2 of the 3-0s. So against the wall, it's going to be Dylan on Merfolk.
So Dylan going 3-0. That's pretty exciting.
And his opponent is going to be Lewis
Okay.
on Nybro.
Lewis on Naya Burn.
Pretty favorable matchup for Merfolk.
It's favored for Merfolk. Depending on the number of Searing Blades, things like that. But definitely Merfolk has a definite edge here. Okay.
Looks like they're playing. Let's get down there.
Also, Horcrux
They're
Tart.
playing.
Oh, okay. Let's go down. And, okay, we had a
Didn't
turn
start
1
early, we
Aether
started
Vial.
late.
And I forgot to hit the save button, so let's move that over and get back to some sweet games of Magic. But congratulations to Horcrux Heart. Actually, Doro. Hold on. I'm going to have Doro give you a passphrase so that I can confirm that it's you. Let's see. Them a passphrase to confirm who it is. Thank you very much. Whew. Okay, so, and actually a fantastic start from Lewis. Phenomenal. A Rift Bolt with a Wild Nikado and a
16
Monster
to
Swiss
15,
Spear.
it looks like.
So that's a really good start. And if he is going to take this game, it's going to be with a similar methodology to
There
that.
is the Rift Bolt at your face.
Now, the burn deck has to become the control deck in
Down to
this
13.
situation.
Not when Dylan is stuck on one land.
Okay, so
Sure. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Take you to 6. Oh, there's a Cozy Strixer.
able to, it's going to get in the way of it, but still in a position of taking 4 damage right now. Going to knock down to 9, which is a pretty decent spot to be. And the big thing about Burn right now, Burn needs to be the control deck, and I honestly think that, why are we talking about Affinity? Affinity? Are we talking about Affinity versus Burn? I'm not sure.
It is not a Judge Foil Island. That is just a foil, I believe, Jung Park Island from original Zendikar.
Is this the finals? This is one of them. We have 2 3-0s at the moment, but I'm not sure what they're talking about at the moment. So, we're going to see Dylan go down to 9, take that one down. I imagine so. If he doesn't block, then then he'll be down pretty low.
So
Or
you
did
take
they already?
4, down to 9,
And we have got
and another Nikado. Go ahead.
Frosty the Giant. That's an awesome name. So, second Nikado, but 2 bolts. So
Kevin
Lewis-
Balding, I do not believe is in it anymore. He was sitting down to play some games with a couple of other people who had dropped.
So, no, we are only on 4 rounds. Because a lot of people work in the morning, we have started moving this towards just being 4-round tournaments and then doing prize payout based on your record.
Yep.
Because going until midnight when a lot of us worked in the morning was somewhat problematic.
It hurt.
I mean, I was waking up at 5:45. So, I'm okay with it. And then for Saturdays we can have those 5-round tournaments.
Yeah.
So, Lewis has the win. That's it.
Should have a win, yeah.
He had with Dylan, he has one Aether Vial untapped. No matter what he ends up doing, unless he is somehow able to get 3, if he has another 1-drop in hand, he can technically go to 1, I think. And that's if he blocks the right creatures. So actually, that's going to be interesting. Okay, so... And Lewis going for an interesting play, actually. So...
you can block that guy 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, going down to 2 right now with that block.
Okay. As for starting earlier, we have tried that one, but the only reason that we're able to fire on Wednesdays is because people can get here after work. I actually can't even get here before 6.
I would not be able to make it by 6. It just wouldn't be able to happen.
Yeah. So it's an interesting choice to go for the swing, but it does actually make it still pretty profitable because now you're looking at the potential of, and blocking the Goblin Guide means that Lewis has just got the win.
Yeah,
he's
just dead.
He could have
He's
bolted
just dead multiple ways.
He could have actually hit the Master of the Pearl Trident and still gotten the win.
Still gotten the win.
Yeah, that's actually pretty funny to me.
We are on to game 2.
So
Merfolk stumbling out of the gates, causing it to...
Now we saw a really aggressive and fantastic start.
Yes.
From Lewis.
This is one of the matches where having Wild Nikado is actually pretty good.
See, I'm not sure how I feel about Wild Nikado in this matchup. The fact that it's a 3/3 that can get in the way, definitely not bad. But when you're going up against a deck that is running Spreading Seas, especially
random sleeves on sideboard cards.
You know what? I believe it. But I think that if Lewis starts pulling out some of the things, like, if I'm in this matchup, I'm looking to pull out things like the Boros Charm, the Atarka's Command. I'm possibly, if I have more to bring in, maybe the Lava Spikes. I'm looking to make sure that I have the abilities that can hit the creatures. Because if you can keep Dylan from getting that critical board mess, then you're in an okay position, all things considered, because it is a deck that really relies on the synergy within its creatures. And if you can keep those lords off the battlefield, you're in an okay spot. So if you can go with one good creature, and it's in that kind of situation where a turn 1 Wild Nikado or a turn 1 Goblin Guide, something like that becomes pretty relevant, because Dylan has a hard time permanently removing those. So if you can keep it to where all of his Merfolk stay at that 2/2 level, at those smaller levels, then you can kind of continue to get that value off of that.
Yep, absolutely. I definitely agree with that. In Void Burn against Merfolk, like you said, you want to be able to just kill the creatures.
Mm-hmm. And you know, you can still have the same potential for the aggressive draws, but you have a lot more ability for when you're on the draw, being able to change your game plan, because if Merfolk gets a fast start, you have to be handle up for it. Board out all your non-red spells. It's not an awful idea, and Atarka's Command and Boros Charm definitely fall into that. It makes the Spreading Seas less effective. And also, they just don't hit creatures. It's a very convenient trade-off, actually. Mm-hmm. I've seen bringing in Path, and I definitely don't disagree with it, because if it's only 2, the chances of it being dead in your hand are pretty unlikely. So a Path can definitely be pretty nice, and also having it can save you if you fall behind. So I think that might be
Dylan
the
just
deepest
cut
I
Aether
go.
Vial?
Possibly, and I am actually not super against that, especially because he might be predicting that Lewis is bringing in Destructive Revelry.
It's very possible.
Which
Okay.
we actually did see Lewis doing. The other thing that he might be going on is that while Aether Vial is really, really good, Dylan might be considering that it's a bit too slow. Now, I don't fully agree with that, because the potential for those tricks where you have the 3/3, they go for it, and then you put in the Lord in response. Mm-hmm. I think the Aether Vial ends up being fairly useful, so he might just be overly cautious about the Destructive Revelry, and that will put dead cards into Lewis's hand. Whether or not that's worth it or not, I don't know.
I don't believe Dylan is going to GPLA, Peter.
No.
We are.
Yes. But Dylan will not be at GPLA. Okay. So, and actually, I don't fully agree with bringing in the Destructive Revelry. Maybe 2 of them if you have the full 4. It makes the deck faster. You can sometimes drain a couple of cards in their hands. That's reasonable for Foxiferous. Thank you for that. And Lewis going for the mulligan. I'm not sure if I would bring in a full set of Destructive Revelries if I was bringing them in, just because Aether Vial isn't my biggest concern in that deck. You know? I'd rather just kill them. The card will do a decent amount, but if I'm keeping their game plan off, then I'm not the most upset about it. And it's also, sideboarding 4 cards for 4 cards that exist in their deck is really ambitious. to me. But and
It was a decently keepable hand for Lewis.
yeah, and
It's
especially
got
with
an
those
Eidolon, it's got Lava Spike.
interesting cutting the Aether Vials actually makes Eidolon better.
Because Dylan has to cast his spells.
Exactly. Now on the draw it's worse, and he also has a mana base that's going to be able to cast all those multicolored spells
So it's
before he
18 to
can get hit by a
19.
Spreading Seas.
Oh,
Swing at
there's
you.
Spreading Seas.
Gets the Spreading Seas early on, cuts off the Destructive
Ugh.
Revelry, still likely not going to be relevant.
It's essentially just a 2-mana Stone Rain that draws a card.
Yeah, and the big thing is that you can't cast multiple spells. Look at, Searing Blaze, dead
he
card.
has
Second
Lava
Lava Spike?
Tarkus command in his hand.
He has
can't
a
cast
Revelry, actually. He doesn't have the
Okay,
Eternus
he has,
Command.
he has Revelry,
Yeah.
so if he draws another green source, he can get rid of that Spreading Seas. That may be why he decided to bring that in, was because of Spreading Seas.
Mm-hmm. So,
Lava Spike face.
getting that one, but actually getting it for the
And-
blue, the amount of either single red or double red spells in this deck are pretty high. So actually, that's going to set back Lewis pretty nicely. Dylan definitely. It's a
Dylan
solid
has
play.
another Spreading Seas here.
He's in a fantastic position.
Yeah.
I don't think that he does. I think might see.
Oh!
No.
Ouch! Oh,
That's-
and he does still have an Aether Vial, though.
Okay, so he maybe didn't cut all of them.
Maybe not. I think I saw a couple getting cut. Oof. Lewis is just going to attack for 1 here and send the turn back.
And
Ouch.
that is a reckoning. That is a house. Oh my goodness.
Would you say it came in like a reckoning ball?
You know what? Just because the card Wrecking Ball takes down lands as well, I'll give you that one. Wake Thrasher coming down, and I have a hard time picturing Dylan losing this one.
He's going to untap and have a 5/5.
Yeah.
6/6.
And he can
if
actually
wants
tap
to.
everything.
Yeah, he can just tap his island and his Aether Vial, untap, make a 6/6. Tap that, go to my untap step. It's a 6/6.
Oh man,
+5/+5. And
make it a 7/7. Actually, he has 2 lords in hand as well.
he does.
This is a huge swing.
Oh, he forgot to up his Aether Vial, though.
He did actually. So he
But some Hero Ridge Race.
and he could have actually put in another lord here.
Oh, wow. If he had upped his... if
He
had
also
upped his
played
Aether
the
Vial.
Marrow Regery after his Lord of Atlantis.
So he could have untapped a blue source.
He could have untapped a blue source.
Oh,
Dylan,
you got it.
Dylan-
You got it. I don't want to play this game anymore.
I think Dylan just revealed his unfamiliarity with the deck by going for that ordering of the cards. Now, granted, it didn't really matter.
Yeah, his sequencing was a little bit off, but he hasn't played Merfolk before, and he's doing pretty well.
He's doing. I mean, he's 3-0, but that one, the sequencing on that one, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But it matters. That's kind of my opinion on it. So we're going Regery into the Lord gives you the option of untapping. I mean, picture this situation to where you actually did get the Aether Vial up to 2, tap it to get in another Lord, untap the Aether Vial. Now you're sitting with the
there's
Aether
no-
Vial on 2. I mean, that is a good spot to
Yeah,
be in.
it's pretty good.
But that was. Lewis had a rough time in that match.
Yeah, Double Spreading Seas is just very difficult for Burn to beat.
Yes.
It's also another reason why Blood Moon is actually pretty decent against the Burn deck.
Yeah, did you
Because it
see me?
shuts off all the other decks.
I actually brought in Blood Moon against Burn when I was at the GPT.
Yeah,
with
I
Affinity.
saw that. I went back and watched.
And I actually really enjoy doing that because all of their Affinity hate is not red, except for Searing Blaze.
Yep.
But, yeah, I actually really do enjoy it because just it'll incidentally get you a free win for a fairly low cost. Wouldn't it be better to tick Vial to 2, cast Regery, activate Vial to Phantasmal? Sure. I didn't realize that he had a Phantasmal image in the hand.
Lewis is trolling Dylan so hard right now. He cut his deck, turned it, and put it the opposite direction. So half his deck is the opposite direction.
Oh, that is rude. You put these people on camera,
They just
and they become
mess with your mind.
exactly. So,
That is true. Slowly crashing. Thank you for pointing that out. He could have untapped another permanent with Wake Thrasher out there. Would have pumped it by another one. So missed a point of damage.
How many? I only play 1 in my Affinity sideboard at the moment. It used to be 2, but it's lost some value recently. So, I'm only on 1 at the moment, and I like having 1-ofs in my Affinity sideboard. I like having a variety of cards that can come in occasionally in some matchups than having
And
a very
Shamaka.
dedicated one. So, Lewis going to go down to 17. Apparently didn't learn his lesson last time about how the fact that is, in fact, going to be a basic.
It's going to be an island.
It's going to be an island. So,
Pretty soon.
And a Curse Catcher. Actually, that's a really nice tool against this.
Would you like to pay 1 for your Rift Bolt, sir?
You know, and I think that what we might see is...
your face. Okay, 17.
Just accepting it.
You got
Probably
it.
more cautious about something else. And I'd love to see Lewis just go for the Searing Blaze on the Curse Catcher. Because then the sack
That would
ability...
require a second land.
Oh, and he doesn't have one. And he's just for it. Dylan is going to have to choose soon.
I'm going to take it.
And I think
All
Dylan
right.
is maybe just choosing to make it protect.
Merfolk.
But having a 1-mana
I just heard Lewis, is it a spreading series?
reveals the
draw
Lord
a
gets to
card.
draw a card, and
Oh,
we get
yeah.
another island. Dylan having a great curve here.
Oh, yeah.
Lewis keeping a hand that was somewhat risky, but is so far doing decently. But no creatures is kind of rough.
Okay, he did hit his second land.
And do we see...
Searing Blaze.
Possibly not. He does have to play around the Curse Catcher a little bit.
Yeah.
We'd have the Destructive Reverie in hand. That's not going to do a ton. We
Yeah.
might just see more... I mean,
I think we're going to see an Eidolon here. He's got
Eidolon would be a
Eidolons.
very great choice, especially with Dylan not currently having out the
Basic
Aether Mountain.
Mountain.
That's a great basic mountain.
It's a pretty good one.
And it's going to keep that Curse Catcher from attacking as well. Now, Dylan can play a Lord next turn, so we might see the Curse Catcher get in anyway. But as the board currently sits, from the perspective of Lewis, I can definitely go with that one. And Dylan actually does have a Kira in
Yep,
hand.
so here is Eidolon. Kira can come down next turn. That is definitely true. Which is very, very powerful.
Yeah, and that's going to really enable Dylan to be the aggressor in this one. Keep Lewis from having that role as the
Don't
control
play the
deck.
Meat Ball. Don't play the Meat Ball. Play the island and cast Kira. Play the island and cast Kira.
You know, and it might be
Do
the
it.
situation in which
No.
we might have to correct him that Cavern of Souls. Oh, I think he's going for the Lord.
Yep, I think he's going to play Lord of Atlantis here.
Okay. I mean,
Take 2.
yeah, I don't think that it's particularly the wrong choice because that gets him more damage and it allows him to swing in with the Curse Catcher against that.
Mm-hmm.
And swinging in for 5, you know, your Kira, you don't have to play too defensively when you've got such a nice thing going on.
Down to 10. Okay, so we've got a pretty decent race on our hands.
Yeah, I think we're looking at a land into a Searing Blaze is what Lewis is
a
hoping
second Eidolon, though.
for. Not ideal.
Are you sure?
It feels pretty not ideal.
He gets to cast it, and then if Dylan wants casting, I think he's taking 4.
True, but Dylan has the better board presence at that point.
Yeah, he just activates Meat Ball and attacks.
Is
There's
it
the second Eidolon.
So goes for it,
Time to stick you under your Eidolon, sir.
and oh, this is dangerous. So Dylan, you know, we might see him go for 1 Lord and go down to 8, but he doesn't really have any obligation to.
How do you cast what?
The Cavern of Souls.
Cameron's on Merfolk.
Okay. But
Tappy guy.
ooh,
Sure. Activate. Yeah, I take 4. Down to 8. Activate.
and
Attack
look
you.
at that lethal board presence.
Would you like to block one of these guys? That's a
One.
3/3. That's a
If you want
3,
to block
2,
3, you're still taking 1, 2,
that's
3, 4,
2.
5,
So that's
6.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Puts you to 1.
And
you
you
can't
can-
cast spells.
Hooray! Oh, and you don't have anything to swing with. Merfolk's taking the win.
Bolt
Bolting.
myself. Eidolon trigger.
Oddly enough, he doesn't get to.
No! Alright, so I'm going to go see if I can get our 3-0 versus 2-0-1.
Now, did Dylan have a spreading season hand?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Man, if he had the spreading season hand. So, we're going to try and get the other match up. Should be going into that one pretty shortly. In the meantime, I'm going to head back up to the booth and congratulate... I'm actually pretty excited, so congratulations to the winner of the playmat. Hopefully that was some fun for you all, and I'll see you back up there. So, here are my thoughts on the giveaway. I think those are super fun, and I'm interested in doing more in the future. But the flip side of that is that they have the potential to be expensive. So, I know that everybody is in favor of giveaways, so keep your eyes open, and we may try to do something down the line with it. But I'll be curious as to what we end up going about with that one. I'm interested in the idea down the line, and that's awesome. Congratulations. I did get it. We will be in contact, and we will figure out something along those lines. Congratulations. That's really cool. Okay. Foil some cool lands for my credit going for the Blood Artist. My favorite basic mountain is the one, everybody knows which one it is, so if you guys want to help me out, I always forget. It's in the starter things. It was a John Avon one. I really enjoy that one. But I'm not actually sure if I'm pretty sure it was foiled out at some point. It probably was. Anyway, still here in the final round. I am pretty excited about this. Doro, less concerned. They were able to get in touch with me so that I can just communicate with them.
People want to talk to 4-0 Merfolk here?
No
Good.
one cares.
Oh, no one cares? Alright, that's cool.
You forgot to tap an extra permanent to get an extra counter on your Wake Thrasher. Then you didn't up your Aether Vial.
I know I didn't have my Aether Vial. I did it on purpose.
And then you played
Psych
your
him
Lord
out.
before the Mara Regery to let you untap the Aether Vial.
Yeah, I did that all on purpose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I was just like, I don't really need to, play that well. I mean, first time ever playing.
No, that you
You guys
did
are jerks.
awesome.
Fine, thanks. Hey, 4-0, man.
You went 4-0. God, that's awesome.
Get you guys on here. So,
What do we got?
we have got against the wall Nathan on Brain and a Jaw.
Ugh, that's sweet.
Up against Caleb, who is on Living End. They're going into game 2. Nathan took game 1.
So this is Jeskai Brain in a Jar
Yep.
against...
But Jeskai, huh?
Oh, that is... I typed Bujeskai. Whoops. Well, that's Brain in a Jar Jeskai, right?
But Jeskai!
Alright. And Jeskai Brain in a Jar up against Living End in the hands of Caleb. It's been a while since we've gotten to get this deck on there.
Indeed.
I've been working on knowing my cyclers a bit better, but it's still not excellent. It's such an odd thing to come
I
across.
got your back.
What game are we on?
They are going into game 2. Nathan took game 1.
Nathan took game 1.
Yep.
Okay.
So let's rock.
Let's head on down, have some fun. And these two are 3-0?
No.
Oh, okay.
I believe they're 1-2s.
Life goes on.
They
Sweet
were a
decks
match I
are
was
sweet.
able to find.
Let's go. Sorry, we had to do that for Eric.
Have to channel our inner Eric.
Okay. Oh, Doro, I love your password. That's hilarious, actually. Ah, man. So, Nathan with the game win-win. Jeskai Brain in a Jar. We need to get this deck list on our tapped out account. And if you guys can't
Yes.
tell, our tapped out account looks so much better if one of the mods wants to toss that in. Doro being the absolute superstar, I can never thank him enough, even though I try. And I'm really excited. I've actually got an idea coming. Idea, as in, I'm going to be brainstorming soon to try and get
You're going to
other
be
ideas.
brainstorming? You're playing Legacy and playing Blue?
What? Oh, no. So we will be doing, hopefully, a Mod Appreciation Day and also a Fortnite Appreciation Day. Those are the two ideas that I'm looking to do. What that will consist of, I'm still working on it, because when you're working with an online thing and a delay and trying to do something that's really cool but also not really expensive. Though, if we end up getting the Twitch partnership, maybe we can actually justify spending money a bit easier. So maybe we'll look into that. We are actually looking into that. Godstriker, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining. Oh, man.
Wavelength. We're on the same one.
No kidding. So, Caleb on the play. Living End. To anybody who is,
Ne'er-do-wells? I believe you mean ne'er-do-wells. That is N-E''E-R.
I'm gonna guess that autocorrect had
It's possible.
a hand in this one.
It's possible.
So Living End,
I'm still right.
extremely graveyard-based deck. Now we can assume that Nathan probably has Rest in Peace in this deck. That's something that I can expect. But Caleb, in the Jund colors, gonna be using the Cycler. So he's gonna be being a very, not even reactive. It's gonna be proactive,
I'm
but
just
at
going to
instant speed.
discard cards and draw cards.
Exactly. Likely waiting. He'll be activating it during his turn if he needs to hit a land. MMDW34. Yes. I can definitely get a list of that. I have one that I need to take a picture of it, toss it onto our mod page. It's not that one, I don't think. Oh, that was our cheat sheet for standard.
Got it. I was like, what?
But we will be doing that pretty shortly, and keep an eye out. Hopefully, many of these deck lists should be getting up in a more short order, because now instead of one person, we've got, I think, 13 people working on it. Is that correct? Give or take?
Something like that.
We've
yeah,
got around 10 people
The
working
page
on it
is actually being used, unlike the Team Siege gang that never got used.
Yeah, because I didn't have enough people, and we didn't have enough reason to at that point.
Yeah.
So, what have we got here? Some mulligans? No mulligans. I don't want that. Get beta basics. Get alpha basics. Get alpha basics and go to competitive REL events. It's a good idea.
Use sleeves.
Tibble Plastic Fork fights Spaghetti Monster. That's an incredible one. And is that a reference to my... You know, I missed that Plastic Fork. Were you able to see the standard stream?
I saw... It wasn't during standard. That was during the end of the GPT. That you
No. During standard,
did you
I still had it.
You still had the fork.
And at
during
one
standard?
point,
Okay.
it literally exploded. Yeah, like the prongs are everywhere. There's a prong there, there's a prong there, there's a prong way out there.
How did that happen?
I honestly don't know, but I was holding it and then it exploded and it was disappointing.
I am
The
disappointed.
Alpha XY, first of all, I don't think that I've seen you in the chat before. So thank you for joining. I hope that you are enjoying the show. Same to everybody else who's brand new. If you are brand new to the stream, let us know in the chat. I'd love to welcome you by name. I really think that that's important that I take the time to appreciate the people who view this, because you are the reason that we're doing this. This is entirely for you, and I don't want to lose that sense of like you guys realizing that. So if you're brand new, toss your name in there. I'd love to welcome you. I'm sure all the other Fortnites in there would love to welcome you.
It's a sweet hand.
But the Alpha XY Living Twin was an interesting deck, and I'm not sure if I ever agreed with it personally, but the concept of it was something that I could get behind. I can tell you this, Caleb's actually working on a Living Shift.
Uh-huh.
He'll be running Scape Shift in it for a little bit, and going up to that, which is very cool. Chaos, it's awesome having you. Lethal Bricks, it's awesome having you. Man.
A way to put up records. I think they're both 1 and 2. I honestly don't know.
If you want to confirm it, you can.
What are your guys' records right now? Just wondering. 2 and 1, 1 and 2.
Okay, so Nathan is 2 and 1.
Oh, okay. Got it. But
Okay.
you're 2 and 1 otherwise. But you're 2 and 1 because you got a bye, or you weren't here for the first round. Okay, so you're both 1-2.
Got it. They're both 1-2.
Okay. Nathan's just trying to get his way out of it. Yes, there is. Look at that.
How about that?
SSA00109A. By the way, I kind of like saying your full name. Back now, it's great to see you as always. Now,
Hello.
a cycle there of the Architects of Will. Huh? Yeah? I'm starting to get these.
And then Street Wraith.
Going down to 16 to
Hits
do
a
it.
second land.
Boom. Nailed it. Okay. Oh man, I keep getting that. And Nathan heading into his turn on early Serum Visions. A pretty nice way to set it up. And is this it? Oh, this is it.
It's a brain.
Brain in a jar. Now, it's still a card that I'm not sure how I feel.
But I think Caleb has Beast within. Blow up the brain.
You turn the brain into a beast? How, I feel like that's a metaphor for, like...
I mean, I've beaten Caleb down with a Beast token you've given me before.
Mickey Zero. I'm going to assume that you follow my Twitter if you're asking. And I got to say, that was actually a surprisingly... it was a lot of fun, but it's been a while since I went hiking. I need to do that more often. It was a beautiful park. If anyone ever wants to go on a hike with me, let me know. But, I went for, I cast Explore. And I guess I used the ground under my feet to tap.
Oh,
for
Alpha XY, you're the one who... Oh, second place main. Yeah, I saw that list. I thought it was weird seeing Amulet Titan as a deck, and then I was like, how are they still doing that? Oh, Explorers instead of Summer Bloom.
I actually
Not
did
quite
see
as
that.
explosive, but still sweet.
I actually do remember seeing
Good to
that
have you.
list. That's super cool. Congratulations.
Yeah.
In my mind, you're famous.
In everyone's mind, you're famous.
In everyone's mind. Even the one that's at the top right of the screen. See? It's a brain in a jar.
Ah, I got it.
Yep, it's actually pretty
There's
clever.
also one over on that screen over there, and one right there.
So an Architects of Will from Caleb, getting 5 lands and hasn't
And
got
here
into it.
is Brain in a Jar activation for Beck Call. I'm going to get 4 birds. I'm going to draw 4 cards.
Oh
How's it going?
my goodness. Sunfishy?
This is just like
Oh.
it's an unfair thing. This does.
Oh my goodness.
In all honesty, this is like, come on.
It's
is
the
not
coolest
something that should
thing.
be able to happen.
It's the coolest thing. Now, a lot of people, just if you're wondering, the Brain in a Jar. What's it do in this deck? Is it the dedicated one? It is not.
No.
This is a less dedicated deck.
It's a Jeskai control deck
that
plays
happens
back
to
call.
run, I think, 3 Brain in a Jar and 2 Beck
Two
Call.
back calls. Yep.
But other than that, it's a Jeskai control deck,
Yep.
and it's for things like this. Draw 4 cards, get 3
Very
1/1s
good.
for 1 mana. It's pretty good. We also got to see him chain against Merfolk once. Instant speed Anger of the Gods into an instant speed Supreme Verdict. Yeah, it was pretty solid. Okay.
He has another back call, but with 2 counters on the Brain already, that's not going to work.
No, I mean, he can take off the counters as
Yeah,
well.
he can
interestingly enough.
pay 3, scry 1, and then untap and still be able to back call.
Matora, it's fantastic to see you. We hope you slept well. But good morning.
Morning!
I say the weirdest things sometimes. So, and he has got the other one in hand. He might even almost move that down to a single counter. We have the Cryptic Command, actually, so he can even go up into chaining for that one, even though he can't cast it right now. But actually, he has to discard, and he's getting rid of those ones. The other Beck and Call, the Cryptic Command, and the Snapcaster.
Yep. I don't know if we have responded to Sunfishy, who says that we're accidentally streaming Modern instead of Legacy.
These are Legacy legal.
is Friday.
And these are also Legacy legal.
It's true. Everything here is Legacy legal currently.
But,
So,
no, on Friday at 7:30 Pacific Daylight Time, more Legacy coming at you. Cyanide, good to see
I
you.
believe Joe will be the host.
Joe will be the
on
host,
on Friday.
and I will be working on finding him a co-host. I'm going to see if Wasteland Carl is available, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Joe and Wasteland Carl. That
No confirmation yet.
That would be
I have yet to
interesting.
see him.
attack you for 4.
Okay. So, knocking it down, and I mean, Caleb, like, he has a lot of opportunities to win this game if he gets into. But he's got 2 turns to draw
So,
into one of his win
Nathan
conditions.
still has another back call in his hand.
Does he really?
So he must be playing 3.
And,
Discards another Snapcaster Mage.
Didn't-
He is ready for a living end because he'll get 3 Snapcaster Mages back.
oh my goodness. And that'll not be an awful position to be in. I mean, having access to the Street Wraiths will definitely help out Caleb.
Down to 7.
But going for all of those, when Nathan is holding things, like, we might almost see him actually... Oh, man, there's all kinds of things. What set are we playing? I'm not entirely sure of the question, but right now it is Modern format, which is everything 8th edition forward that was in Standard. So every Standard set that went through Standard, 8th edition, and forward. Which was, what, 12 years now?
Mhm.
Something like that, maybe
Something
13?
like that.
Oh, no, time gets all kind of weird for me sometimes.
Attack you for 4.
And we are...
Down to 3. You go. Do I have a bolt? Maybe. We'll
Cheesy,
find out.
we do not have a deck list at the moment. We should be posting it pretty shortly, and we'll be getting that one on there. And when it happens, I will tweet out the list.
Beast within your bird token.
Beautiful. Oh my goodness! But Cheesy, we can get you that deck list soon, and when it happens, I will put a link to the deck list on my Twitter and let people know that it's there, because it's a pretty sweet deck list actually.
So
So
he's in for you.
yeah, that's and he's still dead to the board, so that's a pretty
Still dead
bold
on
choice.
the board,
And I'm a bit curious as to why he went for
Is
that.
that a choke? He has choke.
Now here's a thought. Caleb probably should have suspended his living end long ago.
Oh, yes.
And I think he may have forgotten of that functionality.
Yes, interestingly enough, Living End actually has a suspend cost.
Mm-hmm. So, if you take a look at it, I mean, he had
Costs
the capability 3 turns ago, and
And decided not to.
that's where we would be right now.
Yep. Nathan would be getting 3 Snapcaster Mages back.
Yeah, but when you're comparing that with Architects of Will,
Choke. Getcha.
unfortunately, when they're not tapped out at all, it's a lot less cool.
Yeah, no, if I'm Nathan, I'm going, okay.
Cool.
I'm gonna
But we're
put it
going
in
to
a
use the
jar.
planes to go...
Bring me to jar cryptic command you. Oh, brain in a jar.
Oh my
So
goodness.
interesting. I have a ricochet trap.
Ah,
I have a ricochet trap. I'm gonna ricochet trap it. Ricochet trap it. Ricochet trap it. I'll dispel your ricochet trap. No, Ricochet, drop it. Man, oh my God, this is happening. This is happening right
I don't care that he's still
won
dead to
the
the
game,
board.
but he
That's
did it.
still awesome. I don't care. That was awesome. That was beautiful.
So, there's still like 16 minutes left. I'm going to see if there are any other games.
Okay, we're sorry for anybody who was using headphones and had the volume up. I couldn't handle that. Oh man, I apologize for that one. Let's go back up. Oh. That was amazing. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I apologize to anyone with the headphones. That may have been brutal, but I couldn't contain it. That was amazing. Nikki Zero, thanks for joining. What we just saw was a gloriously cool counter battle in which Nathan navigated it perfectly, using a brain in a jar for a cryptic command to then use the perfect dispel on the Ricochet trap, which made him tap one of his 3 mana to be perfectly mana leaked, and he happened to have the Simian Spirit Guide in hand to go for it. That was beautiful. It got me excited, and I love just and the Ricochet traps that was very cool for me to see. I get excited about the game. That was awesome. So, all kinds of cool there. We're going to try and get another match yet, so stick around because we might get another one up before the end of the night. And at the end of the night, we will be sticking around to possibly just do some Q&A things. I know that one person was questioning how we ever started the stream. And who won? It was actually because there were still 4 birds on the battlefield. So, basically Nathan took the win. He had the win through the creatures. So, that was awesome. That was super cool. So, Nathan still had the win because it didn't address the fact that he had 4 flyers, but we did get to see a great pointless counter battle.
So yeah.
Have a good one. We need that list. I think we have it somewhere.
I gave it to you. I'm running pretty much similar to the.
Do you have it
GPT.
online anywhere?
No.
Okay.
I can type it up. But
I'll
you guys
make
should
sure.
have the
I think I
list.
have the list somewhere, but they weren't handed to me at the end. But I think they're still sitting around.
I purposely left mine so that you could get it, but I probably should have said something to Dylan. I just assumed that he wouldn't know.
I think he still has them. I'll double check, but if not, I might request
I'm
it.
trying to convince myself not to play this at GPT or GPLA, and I just like keep winning with the deck.
Let me ask. Should we ask the stream then?
Yeah, we can ask him.
Should he run
it's
Jeskai
either
Brain Najar at GPLA?
Dude, I'm like
You can come
I'm
have a
only
seat.
losing to Burn. I hate it.
So
I hate
this
it.
is Nathan. He was the pilot of that deck.
Oh,
We're really quickly asking if he should run Jeskai Brain Najar at GPLA.
I'm considering it. Okay. It keeps doing well. It keeps like 3-1ing and stuff.
And apparently people are saying yes. And
No, everyone's gonna say yes.
Coleman is saying that if you do get the list to us, we can put it online if we don't
I
have
think
it.
you guys have it. Yeah.
So I think we do. But people are saying yes.
I'm doing all right. So.
That deck is pretty sweet.
Lost
Jeskai
to
Control might
Boggles,
be in a decent
Burn,
spot
and
too.
Joe, and that's it.
I-
Out of like
Yeah,
a GPT and 3 FNMs.
you and I should play test a decent amount too.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that we've put it through my run of decks. You may have gone through some of them though.
No, I have a bunch of decks. I haven't actually tested it too much besides tournaments. It sucks because it's like I can test Kiki Court online, but I don't want to buy like Celestial Colonnades and stuff online.
Yeah,
So it's like
I have colonnades actually. If you want to borrow.
online.
Oh no, not online.
Yeah, I have them in paper.
Gotcha.
Because like Kiki Court, I can just grind out online all the time. So.
All right. Well, apparently the answer is yes. With the idea of is every sideboard slot currently dedicated pretty well? Is it a hard sideboard?
No, I'd say there's like 2-3 flex spots. I've considered like Leyline, but I haven't taken the jump. I was trying a couple of weird things in the sideboard today, just try out different things. So.
I'm super excited about this.
But I have thought about Leyline.
Cool. Well, I think we have
Got a game
All right,
3.
so we've got a
Yes.
game 3. That it was Nathan, and let's get it going. Who we got?
Against the wall is going to be Garrett on Esper Gifts.
Okay.
Up against Mason on Nyazu.
Esper Gifts against Nyazu.
And I believe this is our Mason 3-0 versus Garrett, who I believe is 2-0-1. I'll double check their records.
Okay.
Hey, Mason, what are both of your records right now? You're 3-0, and he's 2-0-1.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so Mason 3-0. That's awesome because actually I'm really happy to hear that. He, I think, made some changes to his zoo deck. I'm not sure if he actually did yet. But he was running one for a little bit, started hitting some rough patches with the deck, so I think he started looking a little bit into mixing it up. And apparently whatever he did is working decently because he's now 3-0. So let's head on down to the match for game 3. We'll see you there.
Kaboom.
Minecraft, I still do see your question, and at the end I will do a bit of an answer on that one. So if anyone else is interested in how this stream ever got started, then hopefully you'll gain some information at that point. But I'm pretty interested to see how Mason, to see if there are any changes, or if this is just a similar list that, you know, something is just came together tonight for him. But for Garrett, we see a lot of lands, a Thing in the Ice, and a Gifts Ungiven. Probably almost worth keeping just because of the reanimation ability.
Mason continuing his standard go-around of mulliganing into Oblivion on camera.
Hooray! Thoughts on Thing in the Ice in Blue Moon? I think it's open to
medium.
testing. I don't want to say that it's bad, but I don't want to say that it's great. So as for, is this small zoo or big zoo?
Yes.
So here's the thing. Before, if the changes have been made, it is small zoo. If they have not been made, and if this is the same one, it's somewhere kind of in the middle. It's running like previously it was running some Lockdown Spiders and Night of the Reliquary, things like that. But it was also, and that is a lot of land for a 6. But he is going to keep it.
I think it's a 5.
Oh, and that is a Curd Ape. Ooh, that is a rough hand for Mason, and a pretty unfortunate 3. But it used to be kind of
I'll get
medium.
this up here.
It might actually be a small zoo now, if he did make those changes. So I couldn't
I
tell
remember
you
catching
quite.
a glance at his deck list at the GPT. He is running Loam Lions as well as Curd Apes, so
Okay,
it could very well be back
So-
down to a small.
it might be in
Low Kid Zoo.
I ended up kind of working with him and coming up with a list. I actually might have the list here if we do then. Let's see here. I wrote it on the back of my life total pad at one point. No, it's the wrong life total pad. I gave him that part of it. Never mind.
No, TJ, what are you doing?
I know. And a Path to Exile takes down the Curd Ape, and that is rough.
Yeah.
That is a very unfortunate, and we might not end up seeing too.
Might not see much of a game. Leshanorn is very, very good for Garrett. However, I believe I saw Mason and him in Game 1 and then the end of Game 2. In Game 1, Garrett had an Leshanorn out, and Mason won that one. And then in the last one, Garrett again had a Leshanorn out.
Mm-hmm.
So Mason has beaten an Leshanorn in play.
Okay.
So
That is curious. Probably just had a
Here's
big
another
enough
Curd
swim. Happens to get another Curd Ape. But Garrett has just got this timeline going because, and an Engineered Explosives.
ouch.
That's pretty good as well. So
Here's
Thing in the
my
Ice,
Thing in the Ice.
by a lot of time, now Garrett is looking at next turn he can go for, if he wants to, he can drop down this EE for whatever he's looking at.
Mason's got 2 lands in hand.
Ooh, this is rough. We haven't seen your sick dance moves yet, slowly crashing, but they'll be coming down the pipeline. Okay.
Again, I just want to ask, where's my Who is Bryce?
You gotta make it.
Why do I have to make it?
I don't know.
Did you guys make yours?
No.
I don't think so. So why am I the one who has to make my own?
Because you don't have one.
That's hurtful. Now I'm gonna cry.
Is the video out yet? No, we're thinking of actually filming it in LA if Slowly Crashing can confirm that one. Yeah.
It's in LA.
So I think we're gonna pick the song apparently on Saturday,
And then dancing in LA.
and then we might actually film the music video in LA, which should be interesting to say the least. And I hope that I don't know, we don't run into like a. I've been in LA
Random
enough
creepy
times.
crazy person.
I like LA actually. It's a fun place. It's really low to the ground too. Really wide city. So takes down that, and he has the ability to swing in. But Garrett is sitting there with an EE on 1. Do you think he's gonna crack it to take down this Curd Ape, or he might almost? I mean,
why would you kill a Curd Ape?
He honestly might take the 2 damage.
Yeah, he might just take it.
Just to try and get another one. I'm personally in favor of just cracking it right now. Mason has not been developing his board at the moment. Any thoughts on no more Modern Pro Tour? I'm in favor of no more Modern Pro Tour, actually. We can discuss that at the end as well. See? Getting schooled by Doro.
Fine, Doro. Whatever. That's fine.
That doesn't sound very
I don't
chill.
even care. I don't even care.
You sound very chill. And, actually,
It's
what
a
did we draw
secret.
there? Was that a lightning bolt? I think you might have drawn a lightning bolt there. So,
Attack you for 2?
functionally, sitting there. And Garrett might just be waiting to try and get some extra value off of this, because he's got answers. And if he's going to... It may not be a gift sum given that I saw. But if that's what he does have, then...
No, Path, come on.
Saving it. Gonna get him higher in the lanes. And if Garrett does have the path at the gift sum given in hand, then this is going to be phenomenal.
It's gonna be really bad for Mason. That's what it is.
It's gonna be unfortunate.
Fetch.
At that point, I might almost see him go for the Iona and name actually White, just to cut off the possibility of the path to exile.
I think he didn't get a basic from the Path.
Mm,
I think he has his other basic in his hand.
he may
He
not.
has his
Yep,
forest in hand.
he does.
He plays one of each basic.
And that is the gift.
And gifts ungiven.
Now,
We're pretty done here.
I like the idea of the Iona actually over the Elish Norn, and it looks like Garrett
It's
agrees.
Iona, okay.
Oh, because you have the win regardless. The Elish Norn, while it's good, Mason can still get a path to exile, and technically you still got a game, even though you're at a huge advantage. Iona, Mason can't deal with flying, especially a flying of that size, and especially when he can't path to exile it.
Especially a flying of that size?
Yes. I
A
mean,
flying creature?
nah, I don't need to clarify.
Really? Inquisition? You bolt your face. Go away.
Get it. That looked a lot like a Thoughtseize to me. Just building up to the eventual bonfire. I actually don't think that he's running bonfire in the main board anymore.
I mean, to be fair, Alpha XY, it worked the same way before that. Ooh, it is on red.
Interesting.
Path to exile. Come on, path off the top.
So going for red is an interesting choice against a deck that actually...
Loam Lion!
If you're
Getcha.
going for the creature that is going to hit the most, then what you want to name is green. And if you're looking for the ability that is going to hit the ones that actually answer it, I would have gone for white. So going for red is a pretty interesting choice.
Again, up to 4, it worked the exact same way technically. So you could do the exact same thing before that.
Just functionally the card was the same, but the text was different, which led to confusing things. But then they made a ruling on it based on the intent of the card, so the text did not match the
Smiter.
actual play of the card for a long time. So it was actually the text was wrong
Really?
the
Gifts
first
again?
time, and that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, probably just the 4 removal spells.
This is gonna be the 4. This is gonna be the value draw cards gifts.
Yeah.
Where you get Cryptic, Esper Charm. Really, Elish Norn? Okay, sure.
I mean,
Sure.
look at the mana base right now. It's not far off.
He's a land away from casting Elish Norn.
And it has to be a white land, but that's not far off.
Elish Norn costs 5 and a white. I believe.
Do you mean 5 and white?
She might be white.
I'm pretty sure she's double white.
Is she double white?
I'm pretty sure. She doesn't cost 6.
I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I'm wrong. It's okay. It happens every now and then, guys.
But
sometimes I'm wrong.
the white source off the top would be beautiful, but instead we get a Path to Exile and...
Path to Exile and Esper Charm goes to Garrett's hand.
Yep. I mean, Esper Charm, draw 2. Goodness gracious. Ooh,
Put this back on top.
I love it.
Really?
The Academy Runes is a really nice taste, and I really enjoy it when you do have those Academy Runes in these decks. If your mana base can afford it, the amount of utility that you get. This is something we saw Dylan Falk doing a lot for a long time in the store. We've been seeing this for months, and I really like it as just a choice. You maybe go down on a Ghost Quarter, and you lose a little bit there.
Nice. Oh, if Garrett taps out to play something, Mason can give his Loxodon Smiter reach.
Uh,
Except he can't because Tarkus Command is red. So.
Unfortunate there.
Rumble.
Not even gonna blow it up. And there we go. So
Mason is several cards away from a Path to Exile, so that's gonna be it. That's all the games that are left out that were left out there. So.
okay, so we're gonna head back up, say a couple of quick things about who we are and what we do, and then we will do some conversation, some Q&A. If you have things like that, it's gonna be all kinds of fun. We'll see you up there. Hello! It's great to see you all. My name's TJ.
I'm Bryce.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, in the Pacific Northwest of the U.S. All of you guys are absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, that is the end of our matches for tonight, but we do this stream 4 times a week, so be sure to hit that follow button and join us again. It's currently 10:40 p.m. here for your reference. These are all Pacific Daylight Time, but Mondays we do Standard at 6:30. Wednesdays we do Modern at 7, which you are currently watching. Fridays at 7:30 we do Legacy, and Saturdays we do Modern again at 6. The schedule is down here, and it is all kinds of fun. I will not be here for the next 2 streams. I will be in California doing, I guess, a little bit of scouting before going down to California the next weekend as well. I'm doing my best bird impression for the next week and a half. How far of a drive is it from Renton to here?
An hour, maybe.
Maybe.
If you're going slow.
Yeah, we're Everett. Basically, put your time to Everett and add 10 minutes.
Something like that.
So we're about 10 minutes farther than Everett. So yeah, an hour might be fairly close, but might be worth it sometime. It's all kinds of fun. So, there was an earlier question about how did we start streaming. How we went about that is that we actually started streaming. I'm not even sure if you were aware of this. It's possible that you were, but we actually tried doing a stream about a year and a half previous to when we actually started.
Oh, no,
recently.
I remember it.
Okay. So what we did was we didn't had significantly less going on for it, and we basically did the first attempt, which was just to have a feature table. We put a camera above it, put it out on Twitch with a tablet next to it with the life totals for them to adjust, and that was pretty much all that we had.
I remember it. I remember showing up and playing on stream my first time playing at Geek Fortress.
Yeah. So we tried that one, and as you can imagine, we didn't have an overlay, we didn't have the commentary, we were just missing a lot of the things, and it wasn't, we just didn't have access to those things at the time. So we ended up just stopping it, eventually. So, come in several years later, and we seem to come across this perfect element of factors. And the first one is that we had a guy named AJ, actually, who helped us out with the tech before he ended up moving away for a bit, and so David stepped in and ended up doing a lot of the tech stuff. Set up our initial overlay, set up our initial setup here, and we just decided to do it. And the things that we had that I think helped is that, one, we had a store owner who was interested in it. He was just like, yeah, let's try. And I can't remember the initial conversation. It's just something that we were always talking about doing because it seemed like a fun thing to do. Mm-hmm. And then you had, initially it was Justin and I who originally volunteered to, we were like, let's do it. We got this. Let's do it. Let's talk. Let's have all kinds of fun. You ended up coming onto the scene probably maybe
2-3 weeks in, something like that?
I think it was about a month that you came in. But what we had were people who knew how to make these overlays. That was a huge step. We could not have... it would have been significantly worse.
It would look terrible without all of this.
Absolutely. Obligatory credit to David Bradbury for everything that you currently see that isn't touchable right now. The other thing that we had was the space for it, and also a player base. A player base that was willing to do it. We asked them all, we were like, are you okay with this? Is this something that you're interested in? Yes, was the answer.
The reply has been a resounding yes.
People want to do cool things.
We've had more and more people showing up because of the stream that didn't even know the store existed before. So.
Yes. And, the other factor, and this is a real one, to where it's not something that I like to speak to, but be prepared. This is a real thing, because if you're thinking about streaming from your store, I have spent a minimum of 15 hours of every week for the last 18 months.
Yep.
Or, I'm sorry, 8 months.
8 months.
8 months. Yep. About 15 hours, and it's up to 20 hours recently, doing this.
A lot of time doing
There is a
this.
sacrifice, and that's just the way that it is, and I'm okay with that. And I think that my passion for interacting with people and my passion for just talking about the game and having fun with it in the community was a huge factor in that. And I don't want to, because it was not all me, and it was a lot of phenomenal people. But if you are willing to do it, that's something that you have to be prepared for. It is not going to be something that, because what we have found out, no, we are not employees. I occasionally help out, but I have a full-time job. I've got a 7:30 to 5 Monday through Friday job, and this is I don't make any money doing this at all. So, what ended up, hey, Cyanide, thank you very much. The big thing is that initially we weren't streaming super consistently. On the early part, we tried it. We tried doing some things, but it wasn't even like we were trying to stream consistently, but we didn't have the resources into it yet to do that. If you're going to be doing it, you have to be consistent. That is my opinion. The moment that we cut out any missed stream, viewership went up, follows went up, consistent viewership went up, because when people have something to tune into, I think that makes a difference, having that consistent stream. And it's why we put so much effort into making sure that there is a stream, which is why I'm so hesitant to take the weekend off for GPLA. But at the same time, it means that half of our player base is going, not even half, but a good amount of our player base is going there.
And a strong portion of the commentary group.
And a strong portion of the commentary group. Dylan, we can get you in here. I have no way to chat with you.
Do you want to? Come in, Dylan. Come in.
I don't think he can hear us. We're muted.
Exactly.
But there was definitely a lot of factors that went into it. We've had some phenomenal viewership who continue to show up and be the greatest chat in all of Twitch, in my opinion. You guys are phenomenal. I am so thankful to have a group that we interact with that is also just incredibly fun to work with. Because going into it, I was warned, watch out. Twitch tends to be pretty toxic. I have not had that experience at all. We have a ban list. We have a ban list of about 8 people, most of which were bots.
Yep.
I cannot thank you enough. But hopefully that answered some of the question. If you're ever looking for more of the technical stuff, we can certainly answer that one. Other than that, do people want to do... Honestly, I do think that the Magic community is solid, and when you get into some of those other things, and here's my another real opinion that I have. I think that a huge factor of that is because we interact with you guys. Because when I watch some of those bigger streams in which people, they don't get the interaction, there isn't that sense of humanism on this side of the camera,
The
right?
sense of us knowing that you're there and talking to you specifically.
And us knowing that you're there also matters. And so I think that might be a huge factor in it, because I really like the fact that we interact.
Good night, Sir.
And I think that that's an important part of our identity as a stream, and I think that does a huge amount to improve it. And I think that might be part of it. But, yeah, we do. Early on, it was mostly bots, honestly, but there was a couple that were just... how long have I played MTG? I have played since just before Innistrad came out. I think, wasn't it the summer before Innistrad came out that the Commander decks came out, correct?
Right around then.
So, it was right... I basically started playing with the Riku of Two Reflections Commander deck, actually. A buddy of mine bought it for me. That was Jacob. Got me addicted that way, because he was like, I don't have anyone to play with. Try this out. I tried some of the decks that he had, and I was like, this is pretty fun. He's like, great, come on. And he bought me one, and boom, I was hooked forever. Yep. So I've been playing for about that long. How about you?
I started just before New Phyrexia released, so 4 or 5 months before you did.
Okay. So yeah, and I played EDH for 3 years. I played EDH until Theros came out. Then I started playing 60 card.
Yep, I played casually mostly up until right after Dragon's Maze released. Right after Dragon's Maze released, my brother and I went to our first Grand Prix. We caught the competitive bug, and we've been doing that ever since.
Tron Beetle, I will say, are you ready for this? There was a big thread on Reddit recently in which people were
talking about Randy Bueller and BDM, I believe.
Right, and while I have nothing, I don't
against
have
any of them.
I don't have strong opinions on it. We were mentioned in a comment that got
I saw that.
one upvote.
I saw that. I was like, what? Really?
Honestly, it was like way at the bottom the next day, but whoever did it, I do appreciate
Yes,
it. So if
thank
you're
you.
in here, you're awesome. But the Alpha XY, thank you so much. I do appreciate that, and that is really awesome that we even get to interact with someone that we've even seen online. Now we get to interact with you that you've seen online at GPLA. You get to interact with us that you've seen online. There are so many cool things that can happen with that. As far as commentating a big GP, one, I'm open to it. Two, we wouldn't be able to interact with people, which I feel would be like a loss. But still, I'm just having fun doing this. If it ever becomes something that I make money doing, I'm open to it. If it doesn't, I'm having a lot of fun. If we can just get to a point where we make enough to keep it functioning, that would be a point at which I am happy. What else have we got?
You're right. I'm automatically disqualified. I got LS Norn's mana cost wrong. It's my bad.
What have we got? I'm sorry.
They said that they should commentate, except I got the CMC of LS Norn wrong.
That's okay.
My bad. I'm the worst.
The Alpha XY, 2 months before it returned to Ravnica, that was a really good time to get into the game, actually, and that was a little bit after me. Do I ever plan to do subs? Yes.
That's a goal.
I am looking into it right now, actually. Since we got to that 600 point, I feel like that's at least enough to make an argument. Officially, you have to do it at least 3 times a week and have an average of 500. I feel like that's been lessened because there's a lot of people who have less that currently have that. So we are working on it, and we're hopefully going to have that coming down the line. Just need to... There's a surprising amount of things to figure out before we do it. I am working through it as quickly as I can.
Modern Pro Tour thoughts. I think that not having a Modern Pro Tour is better overall for the Modern format.
Correct.
Because they won't have to be as heavy-handed with bans to shake up the format for it to be interesting.
Right. And as far as the argument goes of do they need to do those?
Unbanned Splitter Twin! That was a weird cough.
The biggest thing is that I really do think, and I disagree with them. Keep in mind that I disagree with the point that I'm making. But I think that the Pro Tour does require that new format, because that's what it's meant to test, is the best players testing themselves in a new environment to see how quickly they can learn it, how well they can learn it, how well they can do in that environment. And I do think that the ideals and the goals of Modern do not align with the ideals and the goals of the Pro Tour. So for the meantime, I'm happy with it being removed from that, as long as the GP support, and I'd actually like to see almost like a special... Invitationals are kind of tricky, but I'd love to see it become like, maybe a big Modern event could replace it. But
I mean, they still have Modern. They're still planning on having Modern at the World Championships every year.
Right.
So that's still going to be a big thing.
Maybe, what if like the release of Modern Masters was a draft, like a draft and sealed format, or draft and constructed format? Huh?
Constructed Modern Day 1, Draft Day 2.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. Maybe swap it though.
No.
What do I think of Deck Builders toolkits? I honestly do really like them. From the perspective of someone who is very enfranchised in the game, I don't buy them currently. But if you are new to the game, they are a phenomenal tool. At least early on. I do think that they're really good tools for learning the game.
I bought at least 2 or 3 Deck Builders toolkits. First of all, they come with a great box to carry your stuff in.
Yes, they do. Phenomenal.
It's a little box, it folds up, it's fantastic. So I bought like 3 to 5 of them during my time of getting stuff early on. So it's a great way to get your hands on a bunch of cards. They come with booster packs, so that's always fine. And a great place to store your cards.
Basically, it's a good way to get into the game. Once you are into the game, they lose some of their value. To the Viewbot, I apologize. We did have a sweep 4 rounds. We had Horcrux win the playmat.
Yep, he's gonna have to get us.
I've already got communication happening.
Perfect.
Yeah. And also, I will be eating a Tibble down the line, though again, as a quick reminder, I will be gone this weekend. The stream will continue. Some of the co-hosts have very graciously stepped in at the last moment, and I'm very thankful for them for that, because it was unexpected.
Are we wanting to say something about Sunday with no ban?
It should be happening, so keep an eye out for Sunday at noon. Or at 1? Is it 1 or noon?
One of the two.
Okay, I will be tweeting it out as well, and they will be letting you know Friday and Saturday. We will get a confirmation, but we might be doing some Modern No Ban List on Sunday, which I'm really excited about, and I do believe that it's mostly making sure that we do have the support to actually stream it, which
I believe both myself and Coleman said that we were good to go if you're having to watch the store. So
yeah, so I'm really excited about that one. What else have we got?
Wait, what? Eating a Tybalt?
I will be
Says
eating a
the
Tybalt.
Alpha XY.
The Alpha XY, I promised that when we get to 500 viewers for the first time, I would eat a Tybalt. We
That
got
happened
there.
on Sunday.
So, that is, and we need to do a Viewer of the Day.
Viewer of the Day, because you're still here with us. So
Let's
that's why
do
you
it.
get
Coleman, fire it away. We have got
Random viewer.
the Awkward
Awkward
Ninja,
Ninjas.
suddenly a spotlight put on them.
A little awkward.
It
Sorry.
doesn't get any better, but since we always are trying to welcome all the new people and welcome them, we decided to start doing a Viewer of the Day as well. So
thank
Awkward Ninjas, thank you so much for. I have seen you in the chat significantly in the past. It's awesome having you as a part of this community. We appreciate you. See, I like this. I like this. This is fun. So I think we're about to call it a night, unless any questions kind of come up as we're coming to our closing thoughts.
I can't think of anything.
You can't think of any good closing thoughts? No?
Snapcaster Mage, good.
Snapcaster is good, and I'm really excited moving forward into the format to see in the next month and by kind of the end of May, beginning of June, I think that's when we're going to see Ancestral Vision kind of start to find its home. Mm-hmm. So I'm really excited about that one because this format is still very much shifting on a large scale.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm pretty excited about this. Doro, it was a great thing. And honestly, why would you even mention that the things that you made up become things? Have you seen most of our commands? I mean,
It's you.
it's you. Anyway, we're close to it. How often can you catch our stream? That's a great question. Schedule's down there. I need to add Mondays to it, but Pacific Daylight Time. So it's currently 10:56 where we are. But standard every Monday at 6:30. Modern every Wednesday and Saturday. Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6, and Legacy every Friday at 7:30. 4 times a week we do this stream, and I am here for, I don't know, 97% of them?
Yeah.
Something like that. A lot. I'm here for most of them. Basically, when I can't make it, I have amazing people doing the support work to help out there. So, what have we got? Nah, I guess that's
I think that's it. All right.
Yep. So, from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, my name's TJ.
My name is Bryce.
And whether it is good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, we hope it's a fantastic one, but stick around for a little bit because I'm actually going to see... I can't actually interact with the chat to host anyone. Dang it. Okay, we'll host someone next time. We're doing that now. But we'll see you all next time. Sorry, we got distracted there. We'll see you all next time.